Karens will argue with literally anyone. So in today's video, we show you what happens when Karens argue with the judge. Starting things off, we have this guy who came home to notice that his mom's ashes were missing. But what happened to the ashes is just disrespectful.
Like I be going crazy, like insane, like stupid.
A few days after the video was shared online, they had identified the Karen, and she was booked and charged with altering a corpse. The Fort Worth police released a statement stating, Gladney was charged with abuse of a corpse and is now facing maximum penalty of a year in prison and a fine of up to $4,000 if convicted of the Class A misdemeanor charge. We have this Karen who was caught red-handed doing this.
Kraft allegedly spray-painted racial slurs on her neighbor's driveway in Lake Forest in June, not once, but 3 times. One incident captured on the Pineda family's security cameras. She was charged with harassment and criminal mischief. The court issued a no-contact order on July 16th. But on July 27th, the Pinedas believe she was caught on their cameras again.
She was coming from her residence into our yard and pouring a chemical in our yard, and the next day is when we noticed it. It looks like it's in the shape of it.
If you thought she couldn't do anything worse, it gets way worse.
The Pinedas say they've also seen shards of glass thrown into their yard.
I just saw something get thrown over. Hold on.
Capturing this moment on their cell phones.
There's glass. Again.
They also claim they found hot dogs near their backyard playground with glass in them. This family says they don't feel safe knowing Kraft is only 2 doors down.
I feel like maybe she's just trying to push us out of the house at this point.
Now watch as she faces the judge.
I want to make sure you understand. You may have posted bond, but the court can put you back in a heartbeat.
A stern warning Thursday afternoon in court as Suzanne Kraft stood in front of a judge accused of violating her no-contact order filed by the Pineda family, who watched and listened from the hallway.
I'm not saying that you had contact. I just know there's an allegation. And what I'm telling you is, if they can prove it, then you could very well end up back in jail.
The victims were ready to testify, but the hearing was postponed and rescheduled for another week. Her next court hearing, she was held in contempt and sentenced to 7 days of home incarceration. Her bond was set to $5,000, and she was criminally charged with harassment and criminal mischief. This man was caught on camera shouting expletives and racist comments towards an Asian American family at a restaurant in Carmel Valley. Take a look.
Whoa. Okay, say that again. Yeah, say that again. Oh, now you're shy? Say it again. Say it again. Now you're shy?
What's wrong with you?
Say it one more time.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you need to leave. Yeah, you need to leave. That is not appropriate.
Need to leave.
Oh, you need to leave.
No, you need to leave.
What's wrong with you?
An Asian piece of...
Oh my God.
Watch how this restaurant employee deals with this Kevin.
Yeah, I'm out.
Get out. You are not allowed here.
I already put my...
I'm not talking to guests like that. Get out now. Sir, dining guests.
Oh, are they? Yeah, they're fighting.
Yeah, you, you're a racist.
You are not allowed here.
No, really. No, Tom.
Shortly after the video went viral, he was identified as Michael Lofthouse, and so was his own company, forcing him to resign from it. Lofthouse later issued an apology stating, "My behavior in the video is appalling. This was clearly a moment where I lost control and made incredibly hurtful and divisive comments. I would like to deeply apologize to the Chan family." Do you think Lofthouse was really sorry or not? Leave a comment below with your thoughts. Now this Karen was ranting and acting very inappropriate, but it's how she treated the flight attendants that landed her in hot water.
Oh, they're going to put the stairs up there. But it's not just her. It's a couple of them.
It's reported that this is where the Karen starts refusing to exit the flight. Refusing to get off a flight doesn't last long until cops arrive.
No.
What's your first name? What's your name?
Bro, I'm getting tight, bro.
Unlucky for this Karen because it was later reported that she was put on the no-fly list. Up next, this Karen, who was given the name Cornerstone Caroline, falsely accused a 9-year-old boy of groping her backside while she was shopping. But when the shop released the footage, it showed what actually happened.
Get some egg and cheese on a roll, salt, pepper, ketchup.
What does strength mean to you? Some say it's how fast you run a mile. But there are
She was wrong. You got like 5 witnesses who saw it.
No, I see. I spoke to that lady in the blue shirt.
Oh, that's good.
And it clearly shows the child never placed a hand on this Karen.
And then she calls the cops.
The Karen goes out front of the store and does what they all do best and calls the cops.
What happened?
White lady calls the cops on a black lady. I get it. Yeah, they're videotaping mentally ill. Yeah. Kids, listen. You remember me, right? From school, right? That's right. The son grabbed my. She said that my son decided I'm gonna stay here. So I'm gonna stay right here. Security camera. Don't say no. Go home.
Let's make it go viral.
Go home. No. Let me go.
No, not her.
No. No.
Come on. She's calling police on a black
Go
woman because
home.
of her.
She needs to go home.
The boy spoke publicly to the media, stating that he doesn't forgive this woman and that she needs help. But Karen has her own thoughts about that.
What I felt was across both cheeks. I didn't know what had happened.
That's right. The son grabbed my.
She's now written "Do not knock" on her apartment door.
I regret that I escalated the situation. I should simply have said, "Don't touch me." I shouldn't have cursed.
Eventually, Cornerstone Caroline issued an apology to the young boy, but the apology doesn't sound too apologetic, as she says this: "Young man, I don't know your name, but I'm sorry," and that New York police do not have a record of her making a 911 call. Well, this next guy learned that instant karma is real after giving the middle finger. He definitely learned the hard way that actions do have consequences. A licensed street vendor was just enjoying his day selling fruit to his local neighborhood, but there always seems to be a Karen or Kevin not too far away. Well, in this case, it was a Kevin.
You know what? They might be beautiful, but they're stolen. Yeah, they are. It has to have receipts. By law, it has to have receipts to prove that they're not stolen. That's the law.
They're fruit.
Where's the profit incentive to sell things that aren't stolen? I'm the resident of this neighborhood. That's why. Are you going to live here? 'Cause I'm going to sue you. I am. Okay, where do you live? What are you doing here? Mind your business. This is my business. Okay, well, this is illegal. This is... No, this is an R1 zoning district. You don't know R1 zoning district means strictly residential, no businesses. He has no business permit. Let me finish.
If my kid wants to put a lemonade stand here, are you going to call him names?
That's different.
You're a bully.
No, I'm protecting my property rights.
Where in the hell
Okay.
you're protecting all of these neighbors enjoying this?
It doesn't matter. It's illegal.
It is
It is illegal. You don't, I already did.
But this Kevin doesn't stop there because only a few days later, he destroys another vendor's property. He doesn't stop there when he was caught again by another vendor.
Out of here.
Policía.
Get the out of here. I'll call the police on you. Get out of here. This is illegal.
And another day, another vendor he destroys.
You're illegally in my neighborhood.
And give your name. Give your name.
Mind your own business.
The police were called after one protester demanded for the man to be arrested. He was later identified and arrested for his actions. It was later reported by the Los Angeles Police Department that he was arrested and now faces a misdemeanor battery charge. This lady was just doing her job when she was attacked by a wild Karen.
Can I do my job, please? Let me fire in. I'm trying to get the leaves out of the road. Oh my God! Get out of my face! You're so dumb! Get out of my face! It's like maybe if you weren't in the way, I could do this, right?
Her reasoning as to why is just shocking.
Get away from my car! The car's for my daughter, who was at Pilates. Get out of
Karens are everywhere these days, and this 72-year-old cancer patient was unlucky to have a Karen judge and find him for this reason.
A defendant is asked why he hasn't been keeping his walkway clear.
I am Ken Sanderson, very old man.
But it's difficult.
Hey. Oh, get up and pop. Get up.
Situation didn't garner much sympathy.
Shameful! The neighbors should not have to look at that. You should be ashamed of yourself.
This exchange between 31st District Judge Alexis Crott and an elderly cancer survivor is garnering criticism on social media.
Is it, ma'am, forgivable because my father is currently sick and we cleaned that after?
See that photo?
I am very sick, man.
That is shameful.
The 72-year-old Hamtramck man was in court for violating a city ordinance, failing to maintain his property.
If I could give you jail time on this, I would.
It was reported that Crott cannot comment on this situation as a judge. Next up, we have this Karen who makes multiple racist comments to workers, telling them to speak English and even ask. Asking if any of them are illegal.
Is English. Doesn't matter. It's still English. It's English. 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 Is anybody here illegal? Are these guys illegal? What's the name of this company? Look at this. Look at this. It's America. Speak English. Speak English. So this is a foreman working for this company, Morans. And he's speaking Spanish to these guys. So your tax dollars up here in New Hampshire. That's what's going on here. That's what's going on here. That is what's going on. So now they have people who don't speak English who are putting in...
A man comes to try and defuse the situation, but this happens instead.
Are they in America?
Yes.
Okay, they should be speaking English.
Why? He said, what
They
law?
should be speaking English.
Because what?
They should be speaking English. Are they illegal aliens? They don't speak the language?
What does speaking the language have to do with
Do they not speak the
When
language?
you drive into the state, what does it say?
Do
It
they
says-
not speak the language?
I have no idea.
Okay, why do you care?
Because
I wasn't talking to you.
You're harassing me.
I have a right.
To harass people?
How am I harassing them?
You're yelling at them.
Am I yelling?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I can hear you
Are
from
they
across
illegal?
the street.
So?
I'm trying to enjoy my lunch.
So then go enjoy your lunch. Why are you wearing a mask?
Why am I wearing a mask?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a global pandemic.
Really? Okay. Okay. So this guy decided that he's going to come over here and be a social justice warrior. Right.
Shortly after the videos were posted online, this Karen was identified, and here is what she had to say on Facebook. Good morning. So if you want people in America to speak English, that makes you a racist. I'm not backing down. However, she was forced to when a petition for her to be removed from a radio show was made. The petition succeeded, with the radio show releasing a statement online stating, Ms. Ploss is no longer associated or affiliated in any way with WSMN or Bardis Russell Broadcasting. We will not tolerate discrimination, racism, or hatred. A person who finds a little longer wait for McMuffin so emotionally disruptive that it results in them recording themselves expressing their concerns in tears is allowed to roam around and be a police officer. Well, we now bring you Karen McMuffin.
To get my food, I had already done my mobile order so that, people don't pay for my stuff because I just always like to pay for it myself. But I'm on my way home from work. When I pull up to the window, they hand me my receipt, so I go to the second window to get my food, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting. And so the girl comes to the window and asks me what my order was. I repeat my order and my coffee. Order, and they asked me to pull up because my food's not ready. It's an English muffin meal with a hash brown and coffee.
What she says next is what landed her the nickname Karen McMuffin.
And they asked me to pull up. So I pull up forward, and a girl comes out with my coffee, and just the coffee. And she hands it to me, and I have my window down. And that's all she hands me is the coffee. So I told her, I said, don't bother with the food because right now I'm too nervous to take it. It doesn't matter how many hours I've been up. It doesn't matter what I've done for anyone. Right now I'm too nervous to take a meal from McDonald's because I can't see it being made. I don't know what's going on with people nowadays, but please, just give us a break. Please just give us a break. I don't know how much more I can take. I've been in this for 15 years, and I've never, ever had such anxiety about waiting for McDonald's drive-thru food. So just have a heart, and if you see an officer, just tell them thank you.
Karen McMuffin's video was seen more than 10 million times on Facebook and was reposted on Twitter, where it received over 1 million views with thousands of comments. We now bring you Karen Judge, who was overseeing a divorce hearing when the judge said something he shouldn't have. Take a look.
After everything was finished, except for those 2 pieces of paper, his Social Security earnings statements, which he doesn't have, and this supposed report that exists for Lehigh.
He gets his Social Security every year indicating
The earnings statement.
He gets his earnings statement. He gets it. He gets it every year. So she asked for it. Why didn't he provide it?
He doesn't have it.
He doesn't. He threw it away?
I
Oh, come on.
But he is not having any of it and starts doing anything to try and prove his point.
If you say he got it, Judge, I don't know.
Don't you get it?
No, I don't get it.
You don't get it, Judge. I get it.
I don't get it.
You get it? You get it? Everybody gets it.
Everybody gets it.
I must be the one that doesn't get it.
Social Security sends it to your home
They do.
every year.
They sent it to my home 4 years ago. I haven't received it in the last 3.
Well, it doesn't stop there, because this is the final point before he says something he will regret.
Well, when did you become an illegal alien?
Judge?
It comes to you.
Judge, I am going to. That was a totally inappropriate comment.
I didn't mean it. I'm only. Listen to me.
The attorney returns after 10 minutes and the judge apologizes to her. But it is too late for the judge because the attorney later filed a misconduct complaint against him. Moving forward, we have this Karen who goes to a Mexican restaurant and starts claiming that they served her cat meat. But that doesn't stop there because she decides to harass other customers and onlookers.
It's a masculine name you have. How old are you? Doesn't matter.
My pronouns are she, her, though.
She heard?
Yeah, she heard.
What do you think my pronouns are?
It's really not any of my business, unless you want me to know them.
Why did you tell me your pronouns?
Well, because for me, I'd like to be addressed, by my pronouns, so.
What are your pronouns?
She heard.
Do you have a...
I don't know. That's kind of my business. Do you?
You don't need to be asking these persons.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to ask.
You're the one asking me what gender I am.
I didn't ever ask you that.
You're asking my pronouns.
I didn't ask that either.
Do I look like a man?
I don't know what you
Do
look
I
like.
sound like a man?
Maybe. I don't know.
Do I stand like a man?
What does a man stand like? Oh, then I guess no.
You millennial. I'm a female. You're a female too.
She continues on.
Can you please just leave?
You gotta
go. Leave my
Get out of here.
Feminist and I'm alone.
Get out of here.
Stop, you need to
Leave.
So disrespectful. Absolutely disrespectful.
Yes,
disrespectful. Oh, I'm sorry. I want you to leave.
Are they on their way?
Well, you guys have been talking to me ever since I told you that I've been sitting here yelling, throwing things. It's not necessary.
You're throwing out there and making threats.
What did I throw?
You might not remember, but like 10 things.
Can? I was trying to pick it up. Thanks for picking it up for me.
My job, I'm getting paid too.
Oh, nice. When are the cops gonna get here? Which district? Doesn't matter. We're gonna find out.
Are you friends with some of them? What?
I actually know District 1, District 2, District 5.
Well, then you probably have nothing to worry about.
No, I can't wait till they get here.
Okay.
Why don't you go to work? You're just standing out here.
I'm at work.
The breeze?
I'm getting paid to stand out here and catch the breeze. We're making sure. Yeah, that's me.
Proud to own it.
Only one of us is making money right now.
Shortly after the incident, she was arrested, and it was reported that the reason for her outburst was because she suffers from a mental health issue. Now watch as this Karen calls the cops all because she didn't like the taste of her Chinese food.
Alliance Police and Fire, where's your emergency?
At Main Moon in College Plaza.
What's the problem?
I have bought some Chinese food and it's not to par to me, and I asked to get my money back and they acting like they don't understand me and took my food and won't give me my money back.
What's your name?
Tracy McLeod.
And this is why you called 911?
What am I supposed to do? Jump over the thing and beat them up and get my money back?
This Karen learns that calling the cops for an unnecessary reason will land you with a misdemeanor charge for misuse of calling 911. We all know that your next carry-on will be checked. Well, this next Karen refuses to let the flight attendant check her luggage.
Well, I'll wait for security.
Okay, then go ahead and wait over here, ma'am.
No, I'm gonna keep going until I get to my sister because I have her stuff too. So
You
I'll
go
wait for
ahead.
security.
Okay,
Thank you.
security's coming and you get it.
Okay, thank you. You can
I'll
continue to
get
do
it.
your job, ma'am. Go
Okay,
back up there to the gate and do your job, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Your job is done. I'm gonna wait on security. If you already called them, you have nothing else to say to me.
Please, ma'am.
Have a good day. Have a good day. Thank
Ma'am, what's
you.
your name?
Thank you. It
Ma'am?
doesn't matter. What's your name? What's your name?
My
What's
name
your
is
name?
Maggie. My
Okay,
name is
thanks,
Maggie.
Maggie. Have a good day.
Ma'am, I need
Have a
to
good good day, Maggie. Have a good day.
C number, ma'am, please.
I don't know.
Can I see your number, please?
No, you cannot.
Your C
No,
number,
you
ma'am.
cannot.
Ma'am?
No, you cannot. Go wait for security.
Moving into your new neighborhood should make you feel safe and welcome. But for these people, they ran into some Karens.
Go ahead. Call the police. Call the police then. Call the police.
This is
No,
escalating
go
for no
ahead. Call the
reason.
police. I'm recording and I'm going to definitely be posting that. Yeah, exactly. I don't give a
And you're telling
No,
us.
yeah, you're our neighbors and you're sitting over here talking to Bro, how do we look suspicious? Yes, because we're moving in. Because we're moving I mean, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Because I really want you to explain this to me. I really want you to explain this to me, okay? You got a vacant apartment. Someone's moving
We
in.
didn't know there's a
You
vacant
never
apartment
seen
on
them
the
for.
third floor.
Okay, so
we're just
and
What does strength mean to you? Some say it's how fast you run a mile. But there are other ways to.
Okay, and okay, but here's the thing though. She just sat over there and immediately accused me of being suspicious. How do I look suspicious?
Because you're telling her where to go and she don't know where she's going.
Yeah,
But you guys
I'm
should
talking. I'm asking to make sure that the key works. We got the key from Arcelli. You're the one sitting here telling me we look suspicious. You're the one acting racist as hell and dumb as hell. Did you get AJ? Yeah, AJ.
She continues on going even though he informed her what he was doing.
Out of here.
You talking about?
You think you talking
You.
a little
You calling a black man a boy now? Yeah, look at that. Calling a black man a boy. See what I'm saying? Calling a black man a boy. What you talking about checking what?
check your friend.
Okay. What's he not gonna do? Okay. My friend, he's here for me.
Check your man.
So, that's not my man, it's my roommate.
I said
Okay?
to her.
Nah.
I didn't know she
That's
was
why
a
I'm
man.
recording that. You guys sitting over here immediately. Immediately, you sat over here accusing me. Accusing me.
You're gonna look stupid.
Okay? Stupid for what? Stupid for what?
You're over here pulling the black card race.
The race car, those things are race cars. It is what it is. You got a black man over here asking his friend to move. Apparently it does though. Apparently it does though. Apparently it does though.
You're standing in front of our apartment building and we've never
Okay,
seen you
and I told her go to the third floor.
very
Yeah, I'm gonna record because you're accusing me of a crime that I have not committed.
The video was later posted on social media where it received thousands of views. It was later reported that the cops got involved to assist with the incident and no reports were filed. Having a Kevin as your neighbor must be very hard, especially when you catch them trying to sabotage a doorbell camera all because he claims it overlooks his home. However, it clearly shows that it doesn't. He doesn't stop there because he tries again. And he tries again. It was reported that his antics led him to being hauled to court and pleading guilty to criminal damage when CCTV showed him snipping its wires with pliers. And, on another occasion, Grove was seen taking a hammer to another camera at the home. We all know that being politely asked to do something shouldn't be such a big issue. Well, for this next Karen, it was a big issue.
Call taker able to get a last name. She's refusing the ID.
You did say I had to have an ID to be here.
No, you need to give
Didn't
us
you say?
identification.
Okay. This
Was the call taker able to get a
We both know
last name?
it's
She's
false.
refusing to identify herself.
It's my God-given right to be here on this planet, and you cannot tell me otherwise. Correct? You just lied to me.
I lied to you about what?
You said I had to have an ID to be here.
No, you
That's
gotta
not what I
identify
said.
yourself.
When you're legally detained, you can play back on your video. When you're legally detained, you have a duty to identify yourself to a police officer.
Okay, so they're saying when I'm legally detained, which I was not, that I have the
Can you try to run her without a date of birth? White female, approximately 40, 45 years of age. So they're
And I
saying
called
that.
you too.
Okay, so let me.
I called the police too.
Are
but
you
they're
going to let
only
me talk, or are you going to be the only
employee
one
of Nordstrom
talking?
Rack.
Because right now, as a call taker, I know you want to have them on there for your safety purposes.
Yes.
But right now, you and I need to be talking, not them.
Says who?
You need to continue having a conversation with me.
When informed that witnesses saw the incident, she began accusing the employee of being racist.
So you said that she shoved you. You want to file assault charges. She's saying you shoved her, and she has witnesses. You have witnesses to say that she shoved you.
She has the manager?
No.
No. Okay.
There are other employees that were in the fitting room.
I would hope. Okay, other employees. Well, there's also another woman without a mask. Isn't that interesting how she only picked me?
Well, I have nothing to do with that at all.
She only picked me, the white person, not the black person wearing a mask. Do you think it's a racist thing? I don't know.
We're not here to talk about race.
Well, you know what?
At
It
all.
kind of seems like it's a racist thing when the black woman doesn't have a mask on, but she comes after the white one. That's the only difference.
So that's only where you would file a complaint with Nordstrom Rack.
Okay, but I also want to file a complaint with you for her assaulting me.
Okay, and she also wants to file assault charges against you.
Okay.
Sunset Valley, go ahead.
She continues to not show her ID after being asked multiple times because apparently it's her right.
Officers, we have to figure out what's going on.
If you're a victim of assault, we need to know who you are.
Carabelle. How did you know my name was Carabelle?
Because I heard you say it. You said it on the phone when you called 911. That's how I know.
You just called and got it. Don't lie.
No.
You are lying to me. I just heard you call the police officer that I talked to and get my name. Now you're lying.
Not a police officer on the phone.
Now
When
you're
you
lying.
were in the fitting room.
You
I
are
heard.
lying. Stop. This is the second time I caught you in a lie.
Okay. Replay your video. I'm not lying.
Okay. Okay.
Making the situation worse.
No, you are. By not following the law. First of all, I don't have to identify myself.
Yes, you do.
Actually, I don't. It's called common law. You should read up on it. I do not. Okay? So we both know that I don't. I am a woman of God. This is my right as much as it is yours. This is my land as much as it is yours. I did not sign up for this. I am a Christian woman of God, and you are not going to put your disgusting rules on me that are false and not true. I will not have it. You understand that? I will not have it. I'm sick of being bullied. I'm sick of being lied to, and it's not going to happen anymore. Do you understand?
Despite Karen believing she was actually doing something, the only thing that she conquered was getting arrested and given an assault citation, which is a Class C misdemeanor punishable. Now we have a prosecutor who thought it was a great idea to make threats towards a judge during a court hearing.
A motion to quash the subpoena, but Mr. Hoover certainly is present and is an officer of this court and could tell you what occurred on the Friday afternoon about the phone call he received from someone that has nothing to do with this case. These people stayed up and said he does not represent Fowler, yet he was making, a lot of not accusation, but pleas to have this deposition taken. What is his role in this? Why was my deposition the only one to be videoed on that? Is there any explanation for that, Mr. April? Why was my deposition the only one going to be videoed that day and the rest going to be by court recorder?
I don't know.
Because then you get it immediately, don't you? You have the record immediately, and then you can run and try to do something with it.
What he says next is just questionable.
Well, Mr. Rogers, if there's nothing there, what are you scared of?
I am scared of nothing, Your Honor. I'm scared of someone who would come in and perjure themselves back and do something. I think...
Well, if it's on video, how can they perjure?
Put some excitement back in your life with a new 2023 Kia Forte. Its bold design will draw attention, while Forte's powerful engine options and track-inspired driving...
Gemstones here are beautifully lustrous. The longer you spend in my company, the more astute your tastes grow, my apprentice. How very wonderful. I, the magnanimous Lord Sangama Bay, have decided that I will be staying here for a little longer. No need to thank me. I know you must feel honored, and that's enough for me.
It's there.
I would like to put Mr. Hoover's statement in the record. He has given it to the police about why Mr. Bertram, who is a criminal defendant, who the same grand jury on Wednesday is going to consider his case, and he knows it, is trying to get my deposition taken 2 days before. And what is his interest in that? Why is he calling an attorney begging them to have this deposition go forward? Your Honor, I'm going to ask the court to recuse itself on this motion. I'm going to ask, because I think you will be a witness ultimately.
A witness for what?
Because, Your Honor, you know about this gentleman coming in your office several days when a police officer was investigating. You know there was jury tampering Wednesday. You saw it yourself.
Continues on speaking over the judge and claims that he is a witness to it all.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Rogers. I've heard this damn jury tampering till I'm sick and tired of it. I've never tampered with a damn jury in my life, and don't you ever accuse me of that. Do you understand me?
I heard you, Your Honor.
You better understand me. Hey, don't talk. You better understand me.
I asked you, sir, did you see the letter that was sent to the grand jury?
I have not talked to Mr. Bertram about his cases.
I said he came into your office.
Well, he's a lawyer. He's got other things to do.
Your Honor, there is an investigation. I will let you know.
Well, you investigate me all you want. I'm not scared of anything, because I have never done anything wrong.
You said you did.
Well, I've heard you said I did.
I just said if you become a witness, you have to recuse yourself in this matter.
I don't know what I'd be a witness for. All I did was, there were some jurors that had to be out.
Yell at me all you
I'll
want.
yell all I want. This is my court, and I'll do what I want. Do you understand me?
I understand that, but I am going...
Go sit down. I don't want to hear anything else from you. Your motion's overruled.
It has never been clearly stated what actually happened to the prosecutor after the court hearing, as no reports were officially posted. Everyone wears what they like and what they feel comfortable to wear for a flight, especially when the flight is long. But for this unlucky passenger, he was told off by this Karen.
She has called me names and insulted me just for sitting down in the seat, saying that I came here to celebrate today.
Is there going to be a problem? I would like for him to change seats with someone. No, I'm going to get somebody. Well, you don't have that right. So I will get somebody to come and talk. You pretend you have the moral high ground, but you put that man's finger on the nape of your butt. That man doesn't believe in climate change. Do you believe in gravity? Did you know gravity is just a theory? I paid for this seat and I'm sitting in it. He is in my space.
She's called hostilities.
Despite creating a scene that wasn't needed, she decides to make it look like she is innocent. Take a look.
I'm going home now. My mother-in-law, his mother, died. He had to be home. I'm going home. There is no way I'm getting off this plane. Fine, I'll be quiet. I'll just wait. I'm going to be in Portland in my own bed tonight after being at my mother-in-law's. My husband lost his mother. Have some respect.
What if we trade seats and she quiets down? How would that be? Really, at this point, the captain is already getting called. Captain doesn't know the captain is still on one yard. Please ask him again if we settle down, if that can be okay.
My husband lost his mother.
We all know when a Karen gets told to do something, they refuse. Well, she did, and the police had to get involved.
My husband lost his mother. Have some respect.
What if we trade seats and she quiets down? How would that be? I'm asking at this point.
Oh my God, this lady's gonna get thrown off the flight.
Unlucky for this Karen, because her outburst landed her and her husband getting kicked off the flight.
Our students mean serious business. Some even major in it. or in biochemistry, criminal justice, art history, social work, or one of the other 25 plus majors we offer. And between their passion to excel and our rigorous academic programs, our students leave USJ ready to make an impact from day one. So, if you are someone who expects more from your education and from yourself, visit usj.edu to learn more.
Frontier's Fiber Gig Internet is here for the holidays with the gift of more speed and reliability.
Finally, we can explore fantastic new worlds together in 4K.
Your brother made the drive home and he lives 5 states.
Finally, I can feel guilty with less lagging.
Finally.
Switch to Frontier Fiber Gig service and feel the joy of faster internet, just $59.99 a month.
These bombs, so heavy.
You're listening in on my conversations, aren't you? I can still twist your little mind.
Oh my god.
Hey, I could grab your hair and strangle you with it.
Oh my gosh, why would you say that?
I don't know! I don't know!
So, we can do this the nice way and we negotiate, or we can do it the hard way and I can release my bipolar.
Our first crazy moment in an interrogation came from Susan Monica in 2014. At the time, she was being investigated for identity theft in Weimar, Oregon, after she'd been caught using someone else's Oregon Trail food stamp card. The card she was using belonged to 56-year-old Robert Haney, a handyman who'd been working for Susan on her rural property and living there in a trailer. He had mysteriously gone missing approximately 3 months before Susan was caught with his Oregon Trail card. When an officer conducting a search warrant on her land discovered something truly gruesome near her home, Susan was brought in for questioning.
Susan, we found a leg by your house.
Appears to be an ankle, foot, knee joint.
A leg? A human leg next to your place. I think it might be Robert.
Don't know.
Who could it be?
No idea.
You think it might be Robert?
I guess I should ask where it was. If it was down there by his trailer.
No. It was right next to your place. Just a few feet from your place.
I don't know then. If it were down by his trailer, he might have fallen down the hill or something. But if it was up at my place, I don't know.
That's it. Do you think it's kind of strange that there's a leg right next to your place?
Very.
Does it concern you?
Yes.
As it would turn out, the leg did belong to Robert, and Susan's explanation of how exactly Robert died is one of the most bizarre stories we've ever heard in an interrogation, only to be topped by what she would claim later on, as you'll soon see. She adamantly denied knowing what happened to Robert and said she hadn't seen him for about a month after he went missing. That is, until the morning she woke up on her farm and headed down to her pig pen.
He was like half eaten. He was...
By what?
By the pigs.
Okay.
He was like half eaten by the pigs. His guts were all over the place. He was still alive. I knew he wasn't going to be alive for more than a few more minutes. I went back up to my house and I got a gun and shot him in the head. Pigs get hungry. If he was out there, I don't know what happened to start with. If he went out and started doing something to them, I can't see that my pigs would go ahead and do something to somebody without cause.
And how did you know he was alive?
I could see his arm moving.
And was he still moaning?
Yeah, it was moaning a little bit. And I could,
so what'd you do then?
I yelled at the pigs. And, they were doing their thing. They're just, having lunch or breakfast. They were having breakfast on him. I didn't think he was going to live more than a few more minutes.
Did he say anything to you?
No, he didn't say anything. He was just moaning.
So, you went back into your house?
I went up and got my rifle and shot him in the head.
How many times?
I don't know.
More than once?
I don't know.
What follows is the first of Susan's craziest moments during her interrogation.
Where did you shoot him at?
I shot him in the head. I did not look to see where I was shooting him. I just took the rifle out and shot.
Was he laying on his back, his side?
On his back.
So, most likely anything would have been like...
I don't know. I didn't look. I saw that his guts laying on his back. I knew there was no way for him to be alive more than a couple more minutes. I went up to the house and I got my rifle. I just went like this. I just turned my head and I shot. And then I didn't see any more I didn't see his arm move or any more moaning, and I left.
After shooting Robert, Susan left his body in the pen to be eaten by the pigs before she disposed of his remains by keeping them in bags near where she lived. Given the shocking nature of her bizarre story, she eventually agreed to take a polygraph exam.
Oh. Whatever.
Susan wipes feces off the chair with her hand and then uses her hands to wipe her face with the tissue.
Okay, Susan, just stand up for a second and I'll move that chair just a little bit. I want your arm up here like this, okay? Okay. What's that right there? Is that something on the chair? Or?
No, that's something on me, which I hadn't done in 60 plus years.
Okay.
And that was totally, I think the camera's in that thing there, totally your fault.
She blames another officer, claiming she had to use the restroom hours ago. However, she never is heard asking to use the bathroom and wouldn't have been denied permission.
Okay, Susan, this test is about to begin. Please sit still.
Fine.
Try not to talk. Just answer my questions, yes or no.
Yes.
Do you intend to answer all questions about Robert's death with the truth?
Yes.
Not including this investigation? Have you ever lied to police or any other authority?
No.
Despite being initially willing, Susan made the results unreliable by moving, talking, breathing heavily, and coughing during the exam.
This is hard.
You can't talk.
It's hard to sit still.
Did you injure Robert before the pigs began to eat him?
No.
The polygraph examiner was understandably annoyed with Susan, and his confrontation with her led to her second outburst.
I think you know more than you're telling him about Robert's death, and that's all I'm asking you about.
Yeah.
And you're missing your best chance to tell them now before they either prove it otherwise, or later on you figure out, now I better tell them the truth because I'm facing something serious, and I think you missed your chance. But I gotta go take a break. I'll send someone else in here to talk.
Okay. Yeah,
But you need to tell them the truth. You're leaving stuff out, and you and I know it. You and I know it. It's not subconscious, Susan. You're leaving it out.
I might be, but I really can't.
No, you are. Tell them the whole story.
I don't know what else it would be. I just,
Yes, you do.
I found him out in the pen, dying.
Yeah. But what happened before? That's what you're leaving out.
I didn't even see him the day until that day.
As horrific as this story is, it soon took another astonishing turn.
There's part of another body.
Okay.
His name is Steve.
But who was Steve? The year before Robert went missing on 2012, 59-year-old Stephen Delasino, also a handyman, had worked on Susan's property. It's unclear exactly when he vanished. If you found Susan's explanation of Robert's death unusual, get ready, because her story about Stephen is somehow even stranger. Susan alleges that Steve stole guns from her, and she confronted him about the theft because she wanted to know where they were so she could get them back.
He apparently knew where my little pistol still was because he reached over and grabbed it. We started to have a little tussle, nothing big to start with.
The following explanation is one of the most bizarre and shocking stories we've ever seen in an interrogation.
Hello, it's me, William. The Navy has challenged me to an egg drop. We somehow convinced them to let us drop it off of an aircraft carrier.
So you guys are wrestling?
So he grabbed the little pistol, and he said that, he doesn't want to go back to jail, and he decided he was going to kill himself. So, he shot himself in the head.
Right there in your home?
Right there. I always thought it was a little bitty gun. It wouldn't kill you, but it would certainly hurt.
Yeah.
And it's 5 shots for crying out loud. Yeah. He went out of the room. That was when it got even worse. Okay? And he emptied the gun in his own head. I could not believe it. But it's just a 22 with a little 1-inch barrel. And it was just going boom, boom, and down.
Where did he shoot himself at?
I mean, in the head. He was bleeding after a fashion. He managed to do it. And basically I did the same thing, which, like I say, it doesn't make any damn sense at all why 2 people would end up in my pig pen.
Yeah. So what happened with him in the pig pen?
I did leave him out there for quite a while, until there was practically nothing left.
Like how long left?
I left him there for a couple of weeks.
That's right. 2 different men died on Susan's property, and both of their bodies were fed to her pigs. Though Susan admitted to shooting Robert, she denied she was the reason he ended up in the pen being eaten by her pigs in the first place, and she was adamant she didn't kill Steve. Despite this, she was arrested. Her interrogation continued the next day. Here, Susan has another shocking moment when discussing how she can't control the things she says.
Over there at the jail, one of the girls has got hair all the way down to red. Okay? And my stupid brain went into gear, and I told her, hey, I could grab your hair and strangle you with it.
Oh my gosh, why would you say that?
I don't know. It's this thing in here.
Sometimes it just comes out.
It just comes out.
Despite discussing the deaths of 2 men who had been living on her property, Susan shows the most emotion when the detectives tell her that they're going to dig up parts of her property in the search for other possible victims.
I mean, you're making a mess out of my place.
But there's more people out there.
Well,
are we supposed to leave them?
You're saying you're guaranteeing there's more people out on my property.
Yes, that's.
Am I going to get $150,000 to fix up my place after you've invested it up?
If we find one person, it's worth messing up the property. It's a human being.
I am saying if you do not find anybody out there.
I'm almost positive we're going to.
I'm saying if you do not find anybody out there.
We already know there's two.
I'm saying if you do not find anybody out there, are you going to pay me $150,000 to put it back the way it was?
No, absolutely not.
That's what I'm saying. There's no guarantee of nothing here.
Well, what do you want?
I don't want you messing up my place after me and Steve have put so much into it.
There's 2 dead people on your property. Are we not supposed to look for more? Obviously, there's probably more. And what are we supposed to do? Just ignore that?
You're saying everything is obvious. I don't know how it's obvious.
It's obvious to me.
So we have...
I sure don't want you digging up my damn dog.
I understand
We know that.
I understand that.
What if there's somebody underneath your dog? What are we supposed to do? I don't want to desecrate your dog's grave. That's special to you. But you have...
That was 15 years ago.
I understand that.
You're saying that for the last 15 years I've been killing people?
No, not at all. I'm saying there could be other dead people on your property. And if you know about it, you better just tell me now.
I don't.
And save us all this, of things that we have to do. We know that there's 2 dead people there. We also know that we don't know how many more there are. So we're going to dig and look until we make sure that we have checked every square inch of that 20 acres and we know for sure there's no one there.
When the interrogator doesn't budge, Susan's hostility escalates.
Well,
the worst is done. If you killed somebody and they're out there, or there's somebody dead out there, they're dead. We can't bring them back.
But see, that you're saying...
Are you okay? Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that thing, that's not. It's okay. Yeah. So, okay. You, come on. No, no. No, Hisashi! Well, I mean, the dogs aren't home, so I'm not too concerned about them getting to him. He brought the sun. You run this on yourself.
Something and you're not backing it up with a damn thing. Are you going to sign a piece of paper saying
What am I
don't...
supposed to
If you
finish
sign...
up with?
If
That I'm
you
going to quit my job?
Yes. Yes. I don't have to. You just said you would if you didn't find anybody. I'm just telling you, I don't have to. I'm that confident that there's people out there. Okay, if you're that confident, sign a piece of paper saying, if I don't find somebody out there, at least one person out there, I'm a quit. And this is why I don't get you, is when you continue to be hostile. Hostile. Okay. You continue to put up a fight. Yes.
Even though the detectives were certain they would find more bodies on Susan's land, in the end, they didn't find any more. In 2015, Susan Monica was found guilty of killing Robert and Steve and sentenced to 2 consecutive 25-year prison terms, totaling in a 50-year sentence with no chance of parole. In our second interrogation case, the intense outburst didn't come from the suspect, but from their family member, as they learned the horrific truth of their loved one's dark deeds. This is 15-year-old Alyssa Bustamante. Just days earlier, her neighbor, 9-year-old Elizabeth Olton, had gone missing in St. Martins, Missouri. Just before she vanished, Elizabeth had been at the Bustamante house, playing with Alyssa's younger sister, Emma.
I don't really know that much about her either.
Tell me what you do know about her.
Okay. She'd come over and swim. She's kind of girly, like not like naturistic, I guess you could say. She can be annoying.
Okay.
They were like, yeah, there's 3 sheriffs there. People were out searching for her. They can't find her.
They're missing.
Yeah, they were like questioning me about the day. They didn't actually question me that day though. I went up to take a shower, and then they just left or something.
They just told you it was missing.
My grandpa did.
How did that make you feel?
I didn't think it would happen.
Though at the time of this interview, there was no sign of the missing little girl, Alyssa had come to the FBI's attention when her diary and its bizarre contents were found. She wrote down her thoughts and feelings like any normal teenage girl, but nothing could prepare the investigators for what else they would find inside. Alyssa had scribbled the words out in blue ink, thinking no one would ever figure out how to read them. Despite her efforts to cover up the entry, investigators were able to read the disturbing original writing. I just fucking killed someone. I strangled them and slit their throat and stabbed them. Now they're dead. It was amazing. As soon as you get over the oh my god I can't do this feeling, it's pretty enjoyable. I'm kinda nervous and shaky though right now. Hey, I gotta go to church now, LOL. Not only this, but a grave-shaped hole was found in the 60 acres of woods behind the Bustamante house. Alyssa was brought in for interrogation. Because of her age, Alyssa was accompanied by her grandmother Karen, who was sitting in the corner of the room, facing away from the camera. Even before entering the room, because of her diary, the investigators were certain Alyssa was somehow involved in Elizabeth's disappearance.
Have you dug a hole like this before then, or is this the first time?
It's not completely like this, but it's kind of like that.
Okay.
So big enough for a shoebox.
Okay, but this is the first time of that size.
Yes.
Okay.
But what about the big round ones that I kept falling in? I mean, they're deep. Did you guys quit doing this? Because they're dangerous. And we used to ride our horses up there, and I could run flag. I mean, they're huge.
Okay.
There's like 3 or 4 of them. Yeah. And this is on our property.
Digging pits for a while.
I don't know. It was entertaining.
From this point onward, there will be a massive shift in Alyssa's demeanor as she realizes the games are over.
Do you think they went through your diary?
If they collected it, then most likely. Well, the only thing I can think of is embarrassing.
Even if you write something down,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Let's say you write it down in pencil, and then you take a pen and try real hard to scratch it out. That doesn't make it go away. It's still there. Every word, every stroke is still there. We both know what we're talking about. This was an accident, that's fine, but we need the truth. We have to know where she's at. We have to give his family some closure. Is this something that was planned out, or was this just an accident?
After an hour and a half of interrogation, Alyssa finally breaks down and confesses.
It was an accident.
Okay. It's kind of what I thought. Why don't we start with what happened? Did you get home from school at 3:30?
I did.
You got home at 3:30?
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened from there?
I went in the forest. Like I said. Is it there?
Yeah. Was there in the forest?
Yes.
Was she alone?
Yeah.
Bless you.
We decided to go hang out. Because it was a nice day. We were just messing.
Despite Alyssa's show of emotion, this is all a lie.
She fell. She died. I didn't know what to do. So I burned her body.
Again, this is a lie. Alyssa didn't burn her body.
Why did you dig that hole? Was that for her? When did you dig the hole? Dug it ahead of time, didn't you?
I dug that hole already.
Before you played with her?
Yes.
First, she states she dug the hole the day of the murder to continue pushing the narrative that it was all just an accident. Then she slips up without even realizing it, stating the truth. The hole was dug on Friday, 5 days prior to the murder. At this point, Alyssa can't even follow her own story. Alyssa admitting to digging the hole before she and Elizabeth hung out establishes premeditation.
It doesn't matter when the body's broken up. They'll go through and do an autopsy. And it will discover every injury on her body, cause of death. And I understand you said she fell. And that's why she died. However, they will know from the autopsy if she was shot, if she was hit in the head, if her throat was cut. They will know all of that from the autopsy. So we need to know the truth, because at the end of the autopsy, they will know exactly how she died. How did you kill her?
I like it.
Like, did she die?
How did she die? 9-year-old girls don't just die.
We were messing around. And she fell back and hit her head.
Was her throat cut?
Watch Alyssa's grandmother Karen in the corner. She's about to have one of the most dramatic and emotional meltdowns we've seen in an interrogation.
Yeah.
Karen had to be removed from the interrogation room, and she does not return. So, what happened that day? Alyssa had lured Elizabeth into the woods as the little girl was on her way home. There, she strangled her, slit her throat, and stabbed her 8 times in the chest. She then buried her body in a hole she had dug 5 days earlier and went back home as though nothing had happened. Immediately after the slaying, Alyssa wrote in her diary, but unfortunately for her, investigators used backlighting to make out what had been written. Ultimately, Alyssa was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with the chance of parole after the year 2039. Now, with our final case, it's time for some of the most bizarre moments ever in an interrogation. Are you ready? This one is a wild ride from start to finish.
You're listening in on my conversations, aren't you? Camera off. Yeah. I don't care if you're fed or not. I can still twist your little mind. Don't piss me off.
22-year-old Russell Jones found himself in police custody in Medford, Oregon in October of 2017 after he was arrested under the suspicion of conspiracy to commit murder. Russell, along with his friend, 19-year-old Gavin Curtis McFarlane, and Gavin's 15-year-old girlfriend, Ellen Rose Fryer, had conspired together to kill Ellen's father, Aaron Fryer. Aaron had been keeping his daughter Ellen away from her boyfriend Gavin, which led to them plotting his murder. The trio had carried out the twisted deed just hours before they were spotted by police, walking a short distance from where they ditched Aaron's car, which they stole after Gavin bludgeoned him to death in his sleep with a baseball bat. After he was arrested, Russell, who sometimes goes by the name Mike, told the police that he ran a protection business, which he claims was how he had become involved in what he described as rescuing Ellen from her father.
Like, I protect people, like I said, but I try not to resort to violence. Good. I always try and talk to the person. Yeah. Her father is a drunk, compared to what she's told me. And I've only talked to him over the phone probably once or twice. He seemed really not that good on the phone.
Really? You were very cooperative with this on the last deal.
Except for when the car like drove up onto the sidewalk, I was like a little bit startled.
Yeah, surprise, right? Not too surprised in my line of work.
And then they told me to get on the ground, and I was trying to go on the ground.
Okay.
And they actually like helped me onto the ground. Like, they told me to get on the ground, so I'm trying to get on the ground. You don't have to push my ass. Seriously. Seriously? I can do it on my own, dumb.
As you can already see for yourself, as soon as he was brought into the interrogation room, Russell has a rather unique and strange response, and his behavior only becomes more erratic from here on.
No. The cops were nice. Very nice guys. They're actually pretty good too. Maybe I should talk to him more often. No, I ain't no rat.
Russell had numerous encounters with law enforcement leading up to this moment. There are several charges on his record preceding this crime, including sodomy and abuse in the 3rd degree.
I wonder if I can be an undercover agent. Ooh, a really long one.
began to receive small doses of the terrifying truth.
It wasn't really self-defense so much as it was defending her.
Because he was essentially monologuing the crime to himself, Russell was left alone by interrogators for an extended period of time. Unlike the other cases of crazy moments that we've seen, which have been the result of the interrogators' tactics and the pressure to confess, Russell being on his own in the room resulted in some of the craziest interrogation moments.
So listen here. Ellie Fryer is my client. My protectee. I would like to see her. Asking. Being polite. I know you're looking directly at me, aren't you? The information I gave is not worth $6. It's worth a lot more.
When he accidentally turns off the recording device, he seems surprised he can do so and begins playing with it.
Red means you can't hear me. Green, you can. Gavin and Ellie are to be released to me because the assault her father did the morning of the incident, defending a female. Now here's the thing. I know the cops' twisted little pathetic rule game. And actually, sometimes I like to think that I invented the rule book. I'm not exactly bragging, but I use reverse psychology, which makes me be able to make you think it's not Gavin, but in fact, your own kid, by reverse psychology, making you look like the lunatic. Gavin was only protecting Ellie. We can play it the easy way or the hard way. I'm talking nice. You got two choices. One, put a bullet through my head, or two, for all the evidence that I gave you guys, right there on a silver platter, right there, down to the last detail.
They were waiting for Aaron, who rested on the living room couch to fall asleep. Eventually, they heard snoring, and Gavin began to make his way to the living room. His first attempt to kill Aaron failed when he accidentally kicked a trash can. It was still dark. Aaron woke up, and Gavin retreated to Ellen's bedroom, and she pretended she needed to use the restroom. Oblivious to his impending fate, Aaron purportedly said to Ellen, "Stop scaring me with all these people breaking in lately." When the two heard his snoring once more, Ellen handed Gavin an aluminum baseball bat, something Aaron had kept close by for protection, and told Gavin, take him out.
Sephora at Kohl's is the perfect place to start shopping because you can find a gift set for everybody in your family.
After Gavin was finished, he sent Ellen a message informing her that it was done. Russell, who had stood outside with a machete for backup, entered the home at that point to assist with transporting Aaron's body.
A whole list, step by step by step. Even a third grader could read how easy that was.
Remember, Russell has been alone this entire time.
For one, Ellie is still technically a minor. You want to play hardball? I played baseball when I was younger. Huh? I wouldn't go there. And I know everything that I'm saying is being recorded, and I'm doing it on purpose. I can easily turn the speaker off and rant, and then you guys will come in thinking I'm a loony because you don't hear me. Here's the thing. I'm not the one with the donut fetish. Give a cop a donut, and he'll want a coffee to go with it. Give a mouse a cookie, and he'll want a glass of milk. Give a moose a muffin, and he'll want something else. But here's my favorite one. What is it when a cop car is towed by a tow truck? Pulled pork.
When When the officers don't respond to his threats, Russell begins making police jokes and using police stereotypes.
We can either tell pig jokes all day, or we can have a little chat. I'm very, good at convincing people. And I don't even use hypnosis. I think I just said
Again, Russell speaks to someone who isn't there. This is either a hallucination or vocalized internal dialogue.
So, Ellie is to be handed over to me as soon as you guys can get her here. 2, Gavin is released.
Russell's rant continues on, and his statements only become more outlandish.
3, all charges are to be dropped, and every recording due to that is to be destroyed. 2 hours. Because I know Gavin has been put in a different holding cell in a different building. Release him, bring him here without handcuffs. You guys can hold on to the goods. I really don't give it. So, we can do this the nice way and we negotiate, or we can do it the hard way and I can release my bipolar.
As the police officers continue to leave him on his own, and he grows increasingly frustrated at their lack of response, Russell's hostility intensifies.
Please send Gavin and Ellie Fryer into this room, please. Thank you. Asking nicely. Scissors and pocket knives are nowhere on me. But my teeth are very sharp as well. I just found the wire that goes into the wall. And I'd really hate to get hurt by a cop. Or is it the other way around? I forget. Who cares anyway? I just saw Gavin go by. Here's the thing. You passed the door. Bring him back. Please. Thank you.
During his tirade, Russell either knowingly or unknowingly gave the police everything they needed to charge him with aiding in the murder of Aaron Fryer. All 3 accomplices were found guilty. Gavin was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison, while the mastermind Ellen received 25 years. Thanks to his outbursts, Russell Jones received a sentence of 15 years in prison.
That's fun.
How can we say no?
I just have something to tell you. I'm sitting down here at Denny's, and there was a little girl that just walked in that looks exactly like that girl.
Okay, is she still inside?
Yes, she is. And she's with an older man.
With an older man?
Yeah, and the thing that really triggered me the most was I was reading the Nicholsworth, and I seen her picture in the Nicholsworth, and I showed it to one of the waitresses here, and she said, "Oh my God, she's in here."
When a missing little girl is spotted at a store and then a local Denny's, the other customers couldn't believe their eyes. What were the chances that a child who had been abducted weeks earlier was sitting right in front of them in broad daylight? But as the police arrived on the scene, they quickly realized the horrifying case that shook not only the city of Coeur d'Alene to its core, but also the entire country was far more grisly than they'd expected. And worse than that, the perpetrator was even more depraved than anyone could have ever imagined. And this was only just the beginning of his crimes. May 16th, 2005 was a typical rainy day in the Pacific Northwest until an urgent 911 call came in from a resident of Kootenai County, Idaho. The resident initially called 911 to report a white pickup truck parked on his property that he didn't recognize. Unbeknownst to the caller, this would spark the beginning of an investigation that would send authorities headfirst into the most disturbing case they had ever discovered. As the 911 operator gathered more information, the caller looked inside the vehicle and noted a few belongings.
The only thing in the front seat is an axe and a little toolbox.
Then, later that day, dispatch received another 911 call from the same man. And this time, it was clear that something was horribly wrong.
Okay, you need to talk to a deputy about the vehicle for what reason?
Yeah, I sure do.
Okay, what's going on with the vehicle?
Well, the vehicle, I can't explain it to you. You just have the guy call me quickly.
Well, they need to know what's going on.
The vehicle, there's nothing wrong with the vehicle that I can see. But the vehicle belongs to a guy who is friends with the people that live in this junky house out here. And I went to the door to pay the little kid $10 for mowing the lawn, and there's blood all over the door. Nobody comes to the door. They are friends of the guy who owns this pickup, I find out.
Okay. Okay, let me have a deputy give you a call back at that 661 number then, okay?
Yeah, right away.
All right.
Many of the details presented in this video have never been heard before and were obtained from actual police reports, along with chilling crime scene photos. As it turns out, the caller owned a nearby house adjacent to his property and rented it out to a couple, 40-year-old Brenda Groney and her boyfriend, 37-year-old Mark McKenzie. Brenda had 3 children from a previous marriage who also lived in the home, 13-year-old Slade, 9-year-old Dylan, and 8-year-old Shasta. Authorities raced through the steady rainfall to the rural Wolf Lodge home and made their way down the dirt driveway. As they continued their approach, they stopped to peek inside the family's vehicle, which was parked a short distance away from the residence. Officers glimpsed a hunting rifle lying on the front seat and also noticed what appeared to be bullet holes in the rear windows. As they moved closer to the home, several blood stains on and around the front door became visible. Deputies also noted blood in a pool of rainwater that had formed in the grass next to the walkway. They attempted to elicit a response from the family by pounding on the locked front door and demanding someone open up, but the only answer they received was that of dogs barking. They quickly proceeded to the back door and discovered it had been left ajar. Authorities immediately took one of the visibly frightened dogs into custody. The other, however, remained hiding inside the home. They would soon uncover the source behind the dog's extreme fear. Inside the kitchen, an officer made a most gruesome discovery. The body of a teenage young man was lying face down on the floor, his head wrapped and his hands bound behind his back with duct tape. Then, in the area between the kitchen and living room, the officer spotted another victim, a fully dressed adult woman also lying face down on the floor. Her hands were cuffed behind her back using heavy-duty zip ties in a manner similar to that practiced by law enforcement. Duct tape had also been used to restrain the woman's ankles and feet. Horrifyingly, there was yet another body lying face down in the living room. The adult male victim was dressed only in shorts, and zip ties had been used to bind his wrists and ankles together. The officers confirmed all 3 were deceased. They then searched the rest of the home for additional victims, where they located several firearms in the upstairs loft area. And after a thorough search, it was confirmed that there was no one else inside the residence. Little did they know, however, that the worst was yet to come. Upon further investigation, authorities uncovered more troubling information. One officer reported that welfare checks at the Wolf Lodge home were not uncommon, and that the family members who lived in the home frequently came and went, with friends often staying over as well. Therefore, authorities thought that perhaps the 2 youngest children had been staying elsewhere, as that seemed to be common practice. Later that night, detectives went to the prosecuting attorney's office to obtain a search warrant for the Wolf Lodge property and the abandoned truck. While they were there, an unexpected call came through to the police station from a man named Steve Groney, the father of the 3 children living at the residence with their mother and her boyfriend, and he was desperate for any information regarding the gruesome incident. An officer was dispatched to meet with Steve, and what he told them sent the case in a shocking new direction. According to the concerned father, all 3 of his children should have been present in the home on the night of the murders, but with only 1 adolescent victim accounted for inside the house, that meant the 2 younger children were missing. The victims were determined to be 40-year-old Brenda, 37-year-old Mark, and 13-year-old Slade, leaving 9-year-old Dylan and 8-year-old Shasta unaccounted for. As a result, officers issued an Amber Alert for the two children just after midnight on the day after the bodies were found. Detectives then returned to the Wolf Lodge home and with a new sense of urgency began a desperate search in the nearby woodlands for Shasta and Dylan. Though they hoped to find the children alive, they feared the worst. That same morning, as the rain finally subsided, the clear light of day exposed just how disturbing and graphic the interior crime scene really was. Investigators found a sizable blood smear on the back door and several blood droplets inside and outside the door. Then, upon entering the home, they saw many dried blood stains, some even containing grass clippings from the freshly mowed lawn. Prominent red smears on the swinging doors leading to the kitchen suggested that someone covered in blood had moved through them. The glass-topped coffee table was shattered, leaving fragments of glass scattered about the living space. Furthermore, there seemed to be blood everywhere, from the furniture to the walls. Authorities followed a crimson trail of smears and stains down the hallway to a bedroom, where they found a massive quantity of blood on the bedding. Finally, while there wasn't any blood in the upstairs loft area, detectives did uncover a single plastic zip tie from the floor, matching those used on the victims. It was clear that the evidence inside the home told a terrifying story, but it became even more horrific as authorities examined the bodies further. It became apparent that Slade initially had duct tape covering his mouth that had either slipped or been pushed down around his neck. He also had red stains covering the bottoms of his bare feet, giving the appearance that he had walked through blood at some point during the attack. It appeared the young man had suffered severe, catastrophic injuries to his head and other portions of his body, inflicted by some kind of blunt instrument. Ultimately, the severe beating resulted in his death. Slade's head was lying at the feet of his mother, Brenda. Unfortunately, due to the ghastly blunt force injuries to her head, law enforcement couldn't even recognize her face. Not to mention layers of duct tape were entangled in her hair and wrapped around her head to form a makeshift gag. It was only due to the presence of several recognizable tattoos that they were able to positively confirm her identity. Unlike the other two, Mark had no duct tape on his body, but similarly, he showed several blunt force trauma wounds to his head that clearly penetrated his skull. Investigators also suspected that a bloodied person had moved over him as he lay on the floor based on a distinct pattern of blood droplets on his body. Most horrifying was the revelation that the murder weapon had been a framing hammer, as each strike left behind a circular marking with a cross-hatched pattern on its victim. Meanwhile, authorities continued to focus their efforts on finding Dylan and Shasta, treating the situation as a possible abduction by a dangerous predator. The Kootenai County Sheriff's Office requested assistance from the FBI and other resources to help locate the missing children. Over the next several weeks, the entire country held its breath as the search for Dylan and Shasta unfolded in real time on national television. Desperate to find answers, Dylan and Shasta's father, Steve, even contacted a psychic to aid in the search. Unfortunately, those efforts proved futile. Several leads also came in from friends, family, and locals, but each failed to yield any results. Finally, on July 2nd, nearly 2 excruciating months after the murders, authorities got the call they'd been waiting for.
Yeah, hi, friend. This is the manager, Denise. Yeah. I've got a little girl here with a tall gentleman, and she looks so much like that. Okay. Are they still in the building? Yeah, they're at table 20.
A woman working at a Denny's restaurant in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, believed she recognized Shasta from missing persons flyers and alerted the authorities. The caller reported that the little girl was with an unknown male and described his physical appearance.
And can you describe the male to me? I'd say 6'3". Okay. Really slim. Okay. Dark hair? Yeah, curly. Curly. The hat on.
The dispatcher wasted no time and immediately sent officers to the restaurant.
And we're not sure, you know, she looks so much like her, and I don't know. All right, we'll have someone start that way. Okay, thank you. And if they call us right back to you. Sure. All right, thank you.
Then another call came in that heightened the belief that this was, in fact, Shasta.
I just have something to tell you. I'm sitting down here at Denny's, and there was a little girl that just walked in that looked exactly like that girl.
Okay. She's still inside?
Yes, she is. She's with an older man.
With an older man?
Yeah, and the thing that really triggered me the most was I was reading the Nicholsworth, and I seen her picture in the Nicholsworth, and I showed it to one of the waitresses here, and she said, "Oh my God, she's in here."
This caller had a strong sense of urgency and seemed even more confident that they had potentially found the missing child.
I don't know if you guys just want to send a deputy down to look, just maybe check through the windows or whatever. I don't know what you guys would want to do, but it's just awfully weird to me. The girl looks exactly like the little girl. She looks really, really a lot like the female that's in the picture.
Authorities arrived on the scene, and the man with the little girl was quickly identified as 42-year-old Joseph Edward Duncan III from Fargo, North Dakota. Soon, detectives also discovered that Joseph had a lengthy criminal history.
Multiple warrants. This guy is criminal conduct, carnal abuse. He's an escape risk.
Okay.
I still haven't got all of the warrants figured out yet.
According to the reports, Joseph had been committing violent crimes since he was just 15 years old. And by the time he was 17, he was sentenced to 20 years in prison for a crime against a 14-year-old boy. He was released on parole in 1994 after serving 14 years. And then in March 2005, Joseph was charged with another crime against 2 boys. After a doctor friend helped him post bail, he seemingly disappeared without a trace until now. During this time, authorities also learned from dispatch that Joseph had several vehicles tied to his name.
He's attached to a red Pontiac as a suspect vehicle. He's also attached to a red Jeep Cherokee that's a stolen vehicle.
Joseph had driven to the restaurant in a red Jeep bearing false Missouri plates. And as it turns out, the vehicle had been stolen from an Enterprise rent-a-car in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Is it her?
I can't. I'm not going to say.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
News soon broke that the little girl with Joseph was, in fact, Shasta, and she had an unbelievably horrific story to tell. Before even leaving the Denny's restaurant, Shasta reportedly told authorities about the deaths at Wolf Lodge and that Joseph was the perpetrator. Then she was transported to a nearby hospital for treatment. Officers contacted her father, Steve Groney, and he raced to the hospital to be by his daughter's side. Of course, authorities immediately took Joseph Duncan into custody, but one important question was still hanging in the air. Where was young Dylan? Authorities soon uncovered surveillance footage from a convenience store in Coeur d'Alene. Their findings were ominous. Joseph and Shasta could be viewed seemingly traveling alone. Then, later that same day, an officer experienced in working with children visited Shasta in the hospital, where she recounted her grueling version of the events leading to that point. Please be aware that the following details came directly from Shasta and are incredibly upsetting. Your discretion is advised. Shasta recalled being abruptly woken up by her mother on the night of May 16th and told that an intruder was in the home. Then she went into the living room where her entire family had been ordered to lay on the floor, were bound and held at gunpoint. She identified the intruder as Joseph Duncan, a man she claimed to have never seen or met before in her life. After a few moments of silent terror, Joseph tapped Shasta on the head and gave her a simple shush gesture as he picked her up and carried her out the back door. Shasta was laid on the grass outside and warned that she would be hurt or killed if she didn't stay quiet. She said Dylan was brought out and laid on the grass beside her a short time later. Joseph then went back inside, and that's when things took a deadly turn. Shasta told the detective that she heard Mark shouting "ow" or "ouch" sometime after Joseph re-entered the home. Then, unaware of what had happened to her family, she explained seeing Slade walking around outside acting very strangely. After that, the next thing Shasta recalled was that she and Dylan were being loaded into a pickup truck and driven to a nearby property, where Joseph then transferred them to the stolen red Jeep. Shasta continued, telling the detective that Joseph drove them out to the remote wilderness of Montana, where they stayed at various campsites. She claimed Joseph slapped her very hard and would chain her and Dylan to trees whenever he had to leave the campsite. Shasta also remarked that he would put small pills in their drinking water, but she didn't know what was in them. Furthermore, the little girl described how Joseph had forced her and Dylan to write letters to their father while being held at the campsites. One letter written by Shasta indicated that Joseph had been giving them some hope of a safe return, saying, "We might see you guys again." In his letter, Dylan wrote, "We're still alive, we're okay, we know what happened to Mom." On one occasion, Shasta said that Joseph left her chained to a tree while he took Dylan away for a long time. When they returned, Dylan was noticeably injured, and Shasta eventually learned that they had gone to an abandoned cabin in the woods where Joseph tortured the young boy for hours. Joseph actually showed Shasta a video recording of her brother with his hands tied behind his back, being assaulted and hung by a wire noose from the cabin's crossbeam. In the video, Joseph shouts, "The devil is here, boy, the devil himself. The devil likes to watch children suffer and cry." In the recording, Joseph brought Dylan down and revived him, promising to take him to the hospital. At one point, Joseph started to sing the Lord's Prayer using an eerily high voice. As he sang, "Thy will be done," he interrupted himself and shouted, "Can this be your will? You put people on the earth to do this. How can you do this? How can you let me? God, where are you? Show yourself." Tragically, Shasta's next admission removed any remaining hope that Dylan was still alive. She told the detective about another incident in which Joseph reached inside a container, presumably to grab a beer, and fired a shotgun from inside the container, fatally shooting young Dylan. It's unclear whether or not the shot was accidental, but nevertheless, Joseph then apparently burned the young boy's body in a fire at the campsite. Then he packed Shasta into the Jeep and drove back to Coeur d'Alene. As they drove through the town, Joseph decided they'd make a stop at the Denny's restaurant, which is precisely when the 911 calls about a little girl resembling Shasta started flooding in. Before the interview ended, Shasta explained to the detective in graphic detail what Joseph had told her about the fateful night at Wolf Lodge and how he had killed her entire family. She also reiterated that he was a total stranger, not known by anyone in her family. But then, just when investigators thought they were nearing the end of this nightmare, Shasta said one last thing that stunned the detective right to his core. Shasta shockingly informed the investigator that Joseph claimed to have committed other violent murders in the past. Without any more information, the interview ended, and authorities immediately prepared a search warrant for the stolen Jeep Joseph had been driving. They also made preparations to search the probable crime scene in Montana. Forensic analysts began searching the stolen Jeep and found evidence on the exterior that suggested it had recently been driven on dusty, brush-filled roads. Next, they examined the interior and noted several perfectly normal items, such as tourist brochures, GPS units, camping equipment, and a laptop computer. However, it wasn't long before they uncovered some more sinister items inside the vehicle, including duct tape, rope, and video production equipment. Oh, but that wasn't all. Investigators also found a sawed-off shotgun with duct tape wrapped around the handle, a handsaw, and a plastic zip-tie bag matching the brand used in the murders. Authorities sent the digital media found in the Jeep to the FBI Computer Forensics Unit for analysis, who were able to narrow down the search area in Montana. Then on July 3rd, just one day after Shasta's rescue, authorities located a cabin in the Montana wilderness that seemed to match the one from Joseph's recordings. Still, despite extensive search efforts, Dylan's remains were nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the FBI Computer Forensics Laboratory continued to pull evidence from Joseph's film equipment, including extremely graphic video clips from inside the old Montana cabin depicting the horrendous torture of Dylan. The following day, desperate to find Dylan's remains, authorities began to consider taking Shasta to Montana to aid in the search. Before that could happen, however, they received a call that changed everything. FBI personnel searching in St. Regis, Montana, alerted deputies back in Idaho that human remains suspected to be those of Dylan had been located in a mountainous area, matching that which Shasta had previously described. The same day Dylan's remains were found, Joseph requested to speak with a jail chaplain, telling him he wanted to talk about forgiveness because he killed 3 people in a house. 4 days later, he sat for a long-awaited interview with Kootenai County detectives regarding the Wolf Lodge case. Authorities discovered that Joseph kept an encrypted journal online called The Fifth Nail, which he started in 2004. Decades later, the journal was broken into, revealing Joseph's twisted mindset. He wrote on the blog just days before the attack at Wolf Lodge. One post written on May 11th, 2005 reads, "To be more specific, I am scared, alone, and confused, and my reaction is to strike out toward the perceived source of my misery, society. My intent is to harm society as much as I can, then die. As for the Happy Joe, Jet, well, he was just a dream. The boogeyman was alive and happy long before Happy Joe." Even more disturbing, on February 17th, 2005, Joseph wrote, "As long as we keep attacking the symptoms of social disease, the so-called offenders, then our problems will keep getting worse. Someday, soon I hope, society will be forced to wake up and recognize how it propagates its own misery by denying the truth that criminals are victims too." He expanded on these thoughts, writing 11 days later, "Yes, I know a lot about abuse from all three sides, the victims, the offenders, and the systems. I'm not saying let offenders do their thing. I have no problem with taking direct measures to stop people from hurting people. But I think it is more effective to take direct measures to stop people from wanting to hurt people. We should offer free offender counseling and even amnesty for certain types of offenses if the offender agrees to treatment before they're caught. That would be a very practical and effective way to reduce crimes dramatically. I doubt it will ever happen, though, because our society loves the excitement that offenders bring into our living rooms through the media, and we would be lost without someone to point our fingers at." It's important to remember that just days after writing this, Joseph was torturing and assaulting Dylan prior to murdering him. When speaking to detectives, Joseph told them that he just happened to pass by the Wolf Lodge home and noticed Shasta and Dylan playing in their swimsuits in the yard. That's when he decided to pull over and survey the residence, thus putting his evil plan to abduct the children into motion. He may have been driving around and searching for his target as he was prepared with items in his vehicle to subdue the victims. It's likely that he'd fantasized about a scenario like this many times, and when he spotted the kids, he saw this as his opportunity to act. They asked him to provide his account of exactly what happened on the night of May 16th. Joseph said he arrived on the Wolf Lodge property in the stolen Jeep sometime between 2 and 3 a.m., with plans to approach the residence through the open field. At this point, Joseph went into great detail about the extra measures he took to ensure he left no trace behind, stating he was very knowledgeable of criminal procedures and crime scene processing. Joseph proudly explained how he intentionally bought disposable shoes, much larger than his actual size, to throw off the investigation. He boasted that he used gloves to avoid leaving any fingerprints. Then he continued to tell detectives that he surveyed the Wolf Lodge home with night vision goggles as he moved across the large field surrounding the residence. Joseph said he took extra care to be quiet because he knew dogs were inside the home. However, while he expressed concern over establishing where the parents' room was located, he appeared to already know exactly where the children slept at night. Detectives surmised that he likely gathered this information from stalking the two children before the attack. Nevertheless, once he felt confident that there was no movement inside and everyone was asleep, Joseph placed himself directly outside Shasta and Dylan's room. He stood on a lawn chair and peered intently inside the window, ready to enter and snatch them from their beds. But then, something happened that sent the night in a deadly new direction. One of the family's two dogs suddenly entered the bedroom and seemed to sense something was wrong as it began sniffing around the room. Then the dog unexpectedly looked directly up at the window where Joseph stood, frozen, and began to growl. Joseph instantly jumped off the chair and ran to a fence line on the property, saying at this moment he thought to himself, "Shit, he made me." It seemed as though he was blaming the dogs for what happened next, as being made is slang for being caught or seen. Joseph said he waited by the fence for approximately 1 hour to see if anyone had been alerted by the dog, but no one came out to investigate, and he didn't notice any movement inside the home. Joseph told detectives of this time spent waiting outside. "I kept looking for excuses to not do what I was going to do." Joseph also claimed he was nearly ready to abort the entire plan, looking for any excuse just to leave, but ultimately decided that if he returned and found the back door unlocked, he would go through with the crime. But if the door was locked, he would leave the family alone. So Joseph said he walked back to the home, and as fate would have it, the door was slightly open. He entered the residence carrying the sawed-off shotgun, with the first round being a bird shot to scare off the dogs if necessary. The second round, he said, was a slug intended for the man. Much to his surprise, the dogs didn't seem to notice as he opened the back door, but Joseph said he still retreated to the fence line for roughly a half hour to build his nerve. Then he equipped himself with duct tape and zip ties from a backpack he left in the field and quietly approached the back door again, wearing a hat and a mask. Joseph said that when he entered the home, he found Brenda asleep on the sofa. He then stated, "I froze. I didn't expect anyone to be in the living room." Joseph explained that he felt scared for a brief moment as he backed into the kitchen and waited to see if she would move, but the house remained quiet. So he continued to look around for the two dogs, and as he moved down the hallway, the dogs abruptly charged toward him from inside Slade's bedroom. Joseph described swinging the shotgun in their direction, fully prepared to shoot, but said the dogs quickly scampered away at the sight of the firearm. Joseph ducked down to hide, saying he could see from that position that Brenda had woken up. However, while she appeared to be looking directly at him, Joseph said she didn't seem to sense that anything was amiss yet, as she turned the light off and returned to lying on the couch. Joseph reported that her eyes seemed to be fixed on him, but he couldn't tell whether they were open or not, so he decided it was time to make a drastic move. He made his way over to Brenda, and with the shotgun trained on her, Joseph harshly whispered in a low voice, "Where's your husband?" He said that Brenda looked up at him with a confused expression on her face, so he repeated the question with more intensity. This time, Brenda replied that her husband wasn't in the house, so Joseph instead demanded that she bring him to the man. Then, Joseph said Brenda quickly got onto her feet and dashed up the stairs to where Mark was sleeping. He instructed Brenda to wake up Mark, and she did so by shaking him and shouting, "There's a man here with a gun." Joseph told detectives that Mark then rolled over and locked eyes with him, but for unknown reasons, the cold-blooded killer became overwhelmed with emotion at this point in the interview. After regaining his composure, Joseph described grabbing 2 sets of zip ties he had earlier interlocked in a police-type fashion to restrain the adults. However, he hadn't anticipated Mark's size and soon realized he would need to use both sets to secure his wrists. Furthermore, he fumbled with the zip ties at the top of the stairs, dropping the one that crime scene analysts later found while searching the home. Joseph said Mark complied and continued to lie face down on the bed as Brenda was ordered to fasten the zip ties around his wrists and ankles. Next, with Mark immobilized, Joseph asked where the guns were, wanting the couple to believe his sole mission was to steal them, not to abduct the children. He likely said this to prevent the adults from trying to fight back. Most people won't risk their lives over a robbery, but would in order to protect their children from abduction. Mark and Brenda couldn't run because they weren't going to leave their children behind, and they were likely afraid to fight Joseph because he had such a clear advantage with the weapon. Mark made his way down the stairs on his backside, and once they were both in the living room, Joseph prompted him to lie face down on the floor. Then he advised Brenda to wake up the children and bring them out. Joseph recalled hearing Slade shout, "Why, as his mother alerted him to the danger. With Slade out of his room, Brenda went into Shasta and Dylan's room and guided them back to the living area, where Joseph bound their wrists using duct tape and zip ties. When the entire family was secured on the living room floor, Joseph told the detectives, "I stood for a moment and surveyed my work. I thought how easy it was." The following sequence of events lined up precisely with what Shasta had told investigators about Joseph carrying her and Dylan outside and laying them on the grass. After bringing the children outside, Joseph returned to his backpack at the fence line and retrieved a framing hammer before re-entering the home. Once inside, he removed the duct tape from Slade's ankles and guided him outside to a spot where he was out of sight of the other children. Without warning, Joseph violently hit Slade in the back of his head with the hammer. He immediately fell to his knees, and at that point, Joseph struck him again, prompting the 13-year-old to fall face down on the ground. Assuming he was dead, Joseph went back inside the house and told Brenda to stand, but because she was bound at the ankles, Joseph had to help her up. Once she was upright, Joseph said he tried to use the hammer's claw end to cut through the duct tape around her ankles so she could walk. But instead, Brenda was sent face first back onto the floor when he pulled up on the weapon. Joseph stated that Brenda was clearly injured from the fall, so he decided it was time to end her pain. At this point in the interview, he briefly spoke about his empathetic side, saying, "What I did next was an act of compassion." Then he expressed hitting Brenda 2 or 3 times in the head with the hammer. After he was satisfied that she was no longer alive, he moved over to Mark, who he stated was still realizing what was happening, and struck him 2 or 3 times on the top of his head. Joseph said Mark cried out, "Ouch," before going still, just as Shasta had previously told detectives. Joseph then went back outside and noticed that Dylan and Shasta were both propped up, against their orders to remain laying down, and were speaking with Slade, who Joseph was shocked to find alive and moving around the house's exterior, presumably attempting to flee the scene and get help. He demanded the 2 young children to stay still as he ran after Slade, and for a moment, he actually thought the teenager had gotten away. Unfortunately, Joseph caught up to Slade in front of the house, where he was standing frozen in confusion from the traumatic head wounds he had endured. Joseph mercilessly struck him in the head, neck, and shoulders several more times with the hammer, until he finally dropped to the ground. Before leaving the home, Joseph went back inside to check on Brenda and Mark. He said both were making snoring or mumbling sounds, so he struck each victim's head a few more times. He described not wanting to look as he hit Brenda, so he laid a blanket over her head and swung through it. This is unusual, as most perpetrators only cover victims that they know well. It's possible that Joseph struggles to kill women more so than men because of his description of killing Brenda. Additionally, Joseph let Shasta live. We don't know if he planned on eventually killing Shasta, but he didn't murder her right away like he did with Dylan. Joseph insisted that while he knew law enforcement would probably label his crimes rage killings, he wasn't acting out of rage. Instead, he offered the demented explanation that he'd been trying to put his victims out of their misery. Nevertheless, Joseph said he finally departed the residence along with the 2 children in Mark and Brenda's white pickup truck. He drove the short distance to the additional property where he'd left the stolen red Jeep. There, he abandoned the pickup truck, loaded the children into the Jeep, and took off. Later that day, upon locating the unknown truck on his land, the property owner placed his 911 call that you heard previously. Still, based on Joseph's depiction of the events, investigators were left wondering how the bloodstains came to be distributed throughout the rest of the home if most of the killings were isolated to one room. So they asked Joseph, and his response sent a chill down their spines. As he was driving away, Joseph told investigators that he noticed Slade was standing up again in the front yard. He told them he elected not to stop because daylight was breaking. He knew Slade would die soon from his injuries. Due to the fact that Slade's body was found inside the home next to his mother the following day, authorities speculated that he had managed to re-enter the house and leave blood evidence in various locations before ultimately succumbing to his injuries at his mother's feet. It was also believed that he had left the droplets of blood on Mark's body. Joseph admitted to washing the hammer off in the sink before leaving. Authorities were desperate to locate the murder weapon, however, his attorneys prohibited him from disclosing its location. The interview concluded, and while detectives were relieved to have received a full confession to the Wolf Lodge murders, they still had many unanswered questions. Amongst them, why did Mark and Brenda's truck appear to have been riddled with bullet holes? While awaiting his federal trial in prison, yet another haunting revelation emerged. Several disturbing videos from Joseph's personal social media page. Still, no one could have predicted the new set of nightmares about to surface. A document titled Autobiography of Ed Duncan was given to investigators by a former landlord of Joseph's, who said it had been left behind in Fargo. The chilling document, which appeared to have been written during his incarceration as a teenager, detailed his childhood and other significant life events, with strong psychosexual undertones alluding to his deviant desires. 101 pages of journal entries written by Joseph during his time spent in prison in the 1980s shed even more light on his dark side. Around this time in the 80s, he had seemingly developed an alter ego named Jazzy Jet, and would post photos of himself online in drag and lingerie for male admirers. Then, after serving 14 years in prison, investigators learned that Joseph was released on parole in 1994. He spent a few additional weeks in jail in 1996 for drug charges, but was released on parole once again after just a few weeks. It was during this time that he apparently crossed paths with 10-year-old Anthony Martinez. On April 4th, 1997, Anthony was playing with his friends and younger brother in Beaumont, California, when he was suddenly abducted at knife point. Countless law enforcement agencies came together to search for the little boy in the following weeks, and tragically, on April 19th, his body was found by a park ranger, roughly an hour from his last known location. Anthony's body showed clear signs of a violent assault, and similar to the Wolf Lodge victims, he had been bound by duct tape. Despite obtaining a partial fingerprint from the duct tape and releasing a composite sketch of the supposed killer, Anthony's case went cold. It wasn't until after his arrest for the Wolf Lodge murders that authorities connected Joseph to the evidence in Anthony's case. On July 12th, Joseph was formally charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of first-degree kidnapping. Joseph confessed to Anthony's murder on July 19th, just a few weeks after Shasta's rescue. But that wasn't the only brutal, unsolved murder he was tied to. Joseph also confessed to murdering 2 young girls in the Seattle area in July 1996, alleging he beat them both to death. Based on the details he disclosed and the girls having been in close proximity to his residence at that time, authorities believed he was referring to 9-year-old Carmen Cubias and 11-year-old Sammy Ho White. The pair disappeared after leaving a motel parking lot, and their skeletal remains were found roughly 17 months later on a muddy hillside in Washington. With very little evidence at the time, the case quickly went cold. Investigators were skeptical and speculated that Joseph's confession could be like some of those other serial killers who have claimed credit for things they haven't done. In any case, on October 16, 2006, Joseph entered a guilty plea to the murder and kidnapping charges in court before a judge and was immediately sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Finally, on August 27, 2008, a federal grand jury recommended the death penalty for Joseph. Then, in November of the following year, he was given 3 additional life terms. Joseph was also charged with the murder of 10-year-old Anthony Martinez from Beaumont, California, and sentenced to 2 life terms on April 5, 2011, after entering a guilty plea. It's notable that Joseph is wearing a bulletproof vest during his sentencing hearing. This is sometimes done when a prisoner needs to be transported outside of the courthouse, and there is a risk that he will be shot at. While Joseph confessed to the murders of the 2 young girls, Sammy Ho White and Carmen Cubias, he was never charged with those crimes, possibly due to insufficient evidence. The nightmare finally ended on March 28, 2021, when Joseph died in prison from a terminal brain tumor.
He had it coming.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stewart. Did you know that right now over...
This is Tracy Jones. Tracy is about to be interrogated by the police after she was caught stealing money from a law firm she worked for. Together, Tracy Jones, Brett Kelly, Keith Dozier, and Courtney Kelly devised a plan to steal over $1 million. This plan would include holding a woman named Gail Spencer in her home while Tracy went to work and use Gail's PIN numbers to transfer the money. Keith and Brett would watch Gail while Courtney set up a bank account for the money transfer. Unfortunately for the 4 criminals, things didn't go as planned. Brett would panic and take Gail's life because he feared she would go to the police. Courtney also panicked after the money was transferred because she thought that Tracy would double-cross her and leave her with nothing. Instead of meeting up with everyone else, she hid out in a hotel and spent large portions of the money. Tracy would be arrested first because of the money transfers, and she would be brought in for interrogation.
Hey, Tracy.
Hey.
How are you doing today?
I'm okay, I'm tired.
You tired?
Yeah.
Why are you tired?
We got so much work at work.
Uh-huh.
It's driving me crazy. It's
Is it?
stressful. Yeah.
Stressful?
It's very stressful.
How you been sleeping?
I sleep. I have thyroid disease, so I sleep pretty good anyway.
She hadn't been sleeping very well. Okay. Well, I wanted to talk to you again about Friday morning, the 5th of October.
Okay.
Now, let's go over what happened with you that morning, okay?
Okay.
Tell me everything from that starting, okay?
When I got up.
When you got up, and
Okay.
let's go through the story.
All right, I got up, and I realized that, I realized the night before I didn't have any more Lord tabs.
Right.
Okay, and I remember my friend had told me that there was a guy over there. I might have been on the wrong road. I don't even know.
Who's
but
your friend?
Brandy.
Brandy.
She had told me that, that she knew a guy. His name was Eric. He lived on Holly Mill something. She kind of gave me the directions. And so I said, all right, well, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go over there and see if the lights are on or something. I'll knock on the door and let him know I know her. So I got over there, and like I said, I might have been on the wrong road. I don't know, but I chickened out. There was no lights on none of them houses on that road. So my car wouldn't crank. So I walked up to Gail's because I knew Gail lived there. I was kind of scared she'd see me ride by and she'd be like, well, what are you doing over here? You know what I mean? So I knocked on the door. She came to the door. I said, Gail, can I have something to drink? My car broke down and I got to pee. I had to pee really bad.
Right.
She said, yeah. So we walked and she walked me into the bathroom. There was no toilet paper and I had to holler, Gail, there's no toilet paper. So she just cracked the door and, kind of threw it in there to me. Well, I came out and I said, well, get me something to drink. She kind of stayed in her bedroom the whole time. And I got me something to drink and I heard the door shut because I was at the sink. And so I hollered through the door. I said, Gail, I'm going to go try my car. If I don't come back, you'll know I got it. But if not, I'm going to have to come back. You might have to take me home so I can get ready to come to work. And
Why'd you go over to Gail's?
I just told you that.
Why did you go over there?
Why? Because I was kind of scared she saw me ride by or something because I knew she was up because she's told me she gets up early every morning.
So if you were scared that she saw you ride by, why would you go over there?
Because I was scared she saw me. And then she'd be like, well, what are you doing over here? And I'm not going to say,
Okay.
Well, I'm over here trying to find some drugs.
All right, so anyway.
You know what I mean?
So you go back to your car.
Mm-hmm.
Continue.
Okay. I get back to my car, and I try it, and it cranks up. And so I go. And I go home. I get my son up. I get him ready for school. I get ready. I take him to school, and I go straight to work.
Your son?
My 15-year-old.
Okay, 15. I thought you said you had two.
I do, but the 17-year-old don't go to school.
What's their names?
Scott and Dominic.
Scott and Dominic. Okay. So you get dressed, take them to school, and then what?
I went straight to work.
What time did you get to work?
About 8:30.
Okay. What kind of car were you driving?
My car.
Your car?
Mm-hmm.
And you have what?
Honda Civic.
Okay. What color?
Silver.
All right. Was there anybody with you?
When?
When you went over to where Gail lives at?
No, nobody was with me.
Nobody was in the car?
Mm-mm.
Did you ever use Gail's phone?
No, I did not use Gail's phone.
Okay. All right.
The detective uses questions Tracy would have no need to lie about to see how she reacts when she tells the truth. Later, he will use this information when he believes she is lying.
What was wrong with your car?
I think the battery cable gets loose sometimes because it does it on me often.
Okay. So usually when it don't crank, the first thing you would do is check that battery cable, right?
That or just sit there for a little bit and it'll finally crank. I don't know why it does it, but I guess it needed tightening.
But that morning you decided not to sit there and wait or jiggle around with it. You just walked over to Gail's.
Yeah, I was nervous. I was scared because I never knew this guy. I'm not one to go buy drugs. I really didn't know what to do with myself. You know what I mean? So I said, well, I'm just gonna walk over to Gail's. I was scared she'd saw me, get me something to drink. I was about to die of thirst, and I had to pee really bad. So I said, I'll just walk up here, and I knew she had been sick. She was sick Wednesday. I didn't get to see her Thursday at work.
What was she wearing? Was she in her pajamas?
No, I think she had on work clothes.
Like what?
I'll be honest, can't remember. It seems like it was like an orangey top or something like that. But no, she had work clothes on. I know it wasn't pajamas.
Okay.
And she told me, she said, well, I got to get ready. And she, like I said, she hauled back to her bedroom. It's like she didn't want to deal with me or something.
She got a glass of water, right?
Yeah, I got me a glass of water.
Okay. Was it a glass, a cup?
It was a green cup.
Green cup. Okay. So you can remember it was a green cup, but you can't remember what Gail was
Yeah,
wearing.
but I guess because I looked at it. But like I said, because she came to the door and she like hauled butt back to her bedroom.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you what I had on that
All right.
morning.
Well, let's do this. Let me go ahead and let you know this, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Hi.
And I'm not trying to be rude or mean.
Mhm.
All right. But I am going to be firm with you.
Okay.
All right, Tracy. The lower tab deal, going over there to Eric's and everything. All right. I've already confirmed that's a lie. That's a
No,
lie.
it's not a
Listen,
lie.
listen to me.
Okay.
Listen, Tracy. I don't know if you have done gotten yourself. I don't know if you were involved in this from the beginning or if you got drug into it and didn't mean to. But your story about going over there to get drugs, I've already been talking to people that said no, it's a lie, okay? And the fact that you knew where Gail lived at, no,
The
that's a
fact
lie.
that
too.
I have acquired
All right,
7
so listen,
rusts.
the only thing you're going to do is make it harder on yourself. So let's stop the bullshitting. Do you want to help
Something.
yourself or do you want to go deeper?
I'm not bullshitting. I don't know what happened to her. She was fine when I left. That's all I know. How would I have anything to do with what happened to her?
I also know that you weren't alone.
Yes, I
Also,
was alone.
No. Tracy,
Yes, I was
no.
alone. Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Okay. Negative. You were not.
Okay.
You have kids.
Yes, I do.
Okay. You have a 15-year-old.
Yes, I do.
Right. And how old's your other?
17.
Okay. Your 15-year-old,
Mhm.
right? He's still in school, still basically a baby, everything else. Okay. You need to start thinking about him. Okay.
I know that.
All right. So you need to start thinking about him. Now, are you going to keep lying to me or not?
I'm not lying. Why would I have anything to do with any
Tracy,
of this?
we know better. Tracy,
You know better.
we know better.
Okay.
Okay. We know better. All right. We know. We know things already. All right.
Okay.
So now you're gonna sit here and lie or not?
I mean, I'm not lying. I've told you everything.
All right. You didn't go over there to get no lower tabs.
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. Who gave you the information?
My friend Brandy.
Brandy who?
Fulford.
Okay. So if I talk to Brandy, is Brandy gonna say, yeah, I told her?
I'm sure she will, but her husband don't know she takes lower tabs, so I don't know.
Okay.
But she told me that.
Mhm.
I don't have anything to do with none of this, and it's really breaking my heart that I like Gail. I love Gail.
All right.
I don't know what happened to Gail, but I know that
She's dead.
I know she's dead, and
Okay.
you don't think that don't upset all of us?
All of us is in who?
Me and everybody at work.
Yeah.
It's driving us crazy.
Let's do this, Tracy, okay? Let's do this. Let's put it, all right, you are there at Gail's house that morning.
Hi.
Gail is getting ready, you said, to go to work.
It looked like she was to me.
Okay? Gail doesn't show up to work. All right?
And we all thought that was weird.
Okay? Then Saturday morning at 3:30 Saturday morning, she's found dead in her house, still with her work clothes on.
Hi, baby.
You are the last
Hi,
person to
baby.
see her
That
alive.
don't mean I had anything to do with it.
I don't know. You are the
I
one
know
You
I
just
did.
a little bit.
convince me.
Just a
No, I
little
didn't.
Why do you
bitty
think I
bit.
look? Why do you think I was telling you? I don't know if there's something that you got drug into.
I promise you, I
Yes,
don't
you
know.
are.
If I knew what happened to her, I would have done came to you and told you. Because I'm that type of person. I would have done came down here and said, this is what I think happened, or this is what I don't know. It was
We've
just
got-
a coincidence.
Listen, I've got two different versions that you told about what happened. That you were taking a friend home.
Pristine.
And I told you why I told my work
All
that.
right. That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't want them to know I was over there looking for drugs.
You didn't have to tell them that. Tracy.
Okay, well,
But it doesn't, see, let me put yourself in my shoes. Would that make any sense to you?
I understand why it don't make no sense to you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
But that was the way I mean, if you think I had anything to do with that, why would I even tell my work I went by there? I mean, that would have been stupid.
That's
Hello?
right. That's right. I don't know. I've seen a lot of
It's
stupid
a
things.
coincidence. I am.
All of this
promise
is just a
you
coincidence.
That I happen to be by there. Of course it is. I can never do nothing to hurt anybody.
I didn't say that you hurt him.
And I couldn't have anything to do with any of it. There's no way I could have anything to do with her. I
Tracy.
loved her. I can't even handle that job without her there. It's driving me crazy.
Tracy. Listen, I know. Okay? I don't, but there's
You
more
don't
to
know
it.
how stressed I am. You have no idea without her there. It's driving me crazy. It's driving me nuts. I really just want to quit my job because I don't know that I can do it without her there. And but
No.
I can't leave him there with it because none of them, like, we have a closing day at 3 o'clock. None of them know what to do with it but me.
This
none they don't know how to do it. And I can't walk up and leave them like that. I promise you, if I know anything, or if I knew anything, I would be the first one down here telling you. Now, if y'all think I had something to do with it, I mean, what do I need to do?
First of all, he's not saying you had anything to do with it.
No.
He's saying you
There's
have a lot
no
of
worries, babies.
You may not even realize
Any more information.
because the people that we got in this, you know every single one of them. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
You do.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Ow.
What did I tell you, Tracy?
Come
I
on.
told you. We know things.
Why
We
you gotta be
already
like that?
know. Okay? We already
Why you
know.
gotta be so
The detective is doing his
rude?
best to convince Tracy that they already know everything, hoping that she will believe him. When Tracy continues to deny knowing anything, the detective starts to become very frustrated.
Are you in love with me?
Okay? I just left the autopsy. All right? This woman who's never hurt anyone in her life that's done everything and that she's supposed to do. She raised a child, single mother, on her own, worked hard every single day to provide a life for him. Okay? Every day. She's worked. She's 58 years old, she was still getting up every day and going to work. All right? Hadn't hurt a soul, never been in trouble in her life, paid all her bills, done exactly what she was supposed to do, and then someone comes inside her house and kills her. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel awful.
Okay? And the last person that was there
was me.
was you.
I know.
Okay?
How do you think that makes me feel?
I didn't say that you killed her, Tracy. I didn't say that.
Damn.
I did not say that at all. I never said that.
Little bird.
But you know more, and we already know. If you hadn't figured that out by now, come on. I'm trying to give you a rope to pull yourself out of this, girl. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to give you a rope. Now, you can do one of two things. Either you can take it and save yourself, or you can drown with the rest of them.
I don't know anything else than what I've
Do
told
I
you.
actually have any achievements
I wish I did.
that can be
I
done
wish I
with
could
this
sit here and tell you
thing?
something that would help, but I don't.
You want to, Tracy. I can look in your
I
face.
don't know. If I had something to tell you, I swear to God I would tell you because I love Gail.
Everybody that knew you and Gail said that you and Gail did not get along.
And yet we didn't get along in the office sometimes, but we talked all the time.
You talked all the time?
Yeah, we would sit down in there in that break room, in the smoke room in Calder's office, and she would tell me things about her and her family and. I promise I would tell you. If I knew more, I would tell you.
You're not telling the whole truth. And all right, listen to me now. I'm real good at what I do, okay? And it's always tough in my job when I'm in a room or like this with somebody I know, okay? Because I know where your heart. I know you love them babies. You know what I'm saying? You love them babies. Everybody's always talking about how you love them babies. So there's nothing that anybody's gonna say that's gonna make me look at you like a horrible person. You understand?
Yeah.
People who don't know you don't know you, okay? But it's real important. We don't want people to look at you like a horrible person. If you continue not to tell the truth about everything,
Now what
they don't know you like
did
I
I
do.
just get?
They don't know that maybe you got directed down the wrong path by some bullshit, that you're not a heinous person. I can tell them all day long.
Yeah.
And they love me. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to wonder, well, Chapman said it straight, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, at the end of the day, when they know what they know, and you're sitting there going, what are you talking about? whole bullshit about I just happened to be in that neighborhood that morning and my car broke down and it started back. I mean, if it was my own mother sitting, I'd be going, damn, Mom, you should have come up with some better shit than that. You know?
I mean, that really is what happened.
I understand, but I'm just saying, I just said, Mom,
I mean, if
you
I
gotta
had
dig
anything
that
to do
all
with
up.
it, it's like I told you, if I had anything to do with that, why would I have even told
The same
anybody
reason
I
they
was
all
out
do.
there? I would never went to work
No.
and told them that.
That's the same reason they all do, sweetheart. See, that doesn't mean anything to an investigator, and I'm gonna tell you why. I've never interviewed a murder suspect that didn't put himself there prior to the murder. You know why? Because they already know we're gonna get their fingerprint, and if they say they weren't there at all, and we get their prints, they're done.
Yeah.
So they always say, yeah, I was there earlier
I've
that
been
day.
in our house before.
I understand, but see, we can tell by certain tests, like a fingerprint, well, that fingerprint was put there 3 months ago, or it was put there yesterday.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I mean, we can tell stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, and anybody who watches CSI on TV, you know, I mean, I hate those shows. They tell everybody what we can do.
Yeah.
But they all say, yeah, I was there, but I wasn't there when that happened because they don't want to get caught in that lie.
Yeah.
So they always admit to being there. So by you saying, if those investigators come in here, if you say, well, why would I do that? Sweetheart, every one of them's always done it. They always do that. That's all part of it. But the thing about it is because I know you're not capable of doing what I know happened to this woman.
Yeah.
Okay? But there's no doubt in my mind, sweetheart, regardless of what you say, and that's what, you know, when they come out and they talk to me, they tell me, and I shake my own head, and I said, that don't even make no sense. I don't know why she's saying it like that. And I asked them, I said, I'm going to go around there and talk to her. And this isn't my case. So I wouldn't even be in here right now if they hadn't approved it. But I said, I know her, give me an opportunity to go in and just talk to her.
You know me, I take what Lord has. I have to take them. I have arthritis everywhere, and I have to take them. A friend of mine stole half my Lord's half out of my pocketbook.
Who?
I think it was either Brandy or it was Amy, my cousin Amy. It was either one of them. I don't know which one. They both had.
Because you met up with Amy downtown not too long ago.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. We real good about finding out everything.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I'm sure you are.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Let me tell you why. Because you're lying, Tracy. Look at me. You are lying. I know you're lying. I know you're lying. I know it. They know it. They're sitting around there eating Arby's sandwiches and Subways, just waiting to come back in here, just waiting to walk back in here in a minute and go, are you fucking retarded? You know what I mean? That's what they're gonna do. That's what they're gonna do. Why? For what? Help me understand. You got a little boy toy? Who gives a fuck if he did something fucking stupid? And if you know about it, you need to stop. Sweetheart, be real careful about what I know.
This realm is...
I know.
Because I've already told you at the beginning of this conversation what? I'm not going to tell you everything I know.
Yeah.
I want to say there's no way Tracy knew he did this.
I don't believe he did this.
Well then, that's my point. That's the point we're trying to get at, Tracy. You don't believe he did this. Okay? You don't believe he did this. There's no point in lying about this right here then. You can tell the truth about this if you truly didn't know he did this.
Because I am telling the truth. As far as I know, I am telling the truth. I went in that neighborhood to find drugs. I had been up late. We had been up late.
Who's we?
Drinking. The tattoo guy was over there.
Who's we? Who's the tattoo guy?
Seth.
Seth who?
Arnold.
Okay.
And
Seth Arnold and who else was there?
my son and some of my son's friends.
Let me ask you this. Was Brett there?
Yeah, he was there.
At your house that night?
Uh-huh.
What night was that?
Thursday night.
Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
Sweetheart, you're so close to being there. It's unreal. You're so close to telling the damn truth right now.
Why?
It's unreal. I'm going to ask you 1,000 questions that I already know the answers to. The only thing is at the end of the day, when I walk out of here and say, that girl's a jam-up mama, she loves her boys, don't matter boy, toy, or what, she's a mama first. You understand? Sweetheart, you continue to fucking lie about this, and it don't fucking matter how good of a mama you are. Your kids are going to be, you know what I'm saying? This is bad. You understand? Because the people are going to look at you like you're a monster, like you're lying.
I know they are, because
Okay,
and I ain't even
sweetheart,
done anything.
we know that while you were in that neighborhood, it may have been to keep that boy from doing something stupid because you got a wind of what was fitting to go down. It may have been for this, and the truth is, I already know. But if you don't tell it, then fuck it. There's a reason why you were there that you lying about it. And it's gonna get to a point, Tracy, where I'm gonna say fuck it. Because I can only beg you to take this weight off your shoulders so long.
But I don't understand what.
Okay,
I
so,
didn't take him over there. He didn't ride back home with me.
so let me ask you this. When you left that morning, was he still at your house?
Yes.
Okay, when you got back, was he still at your house?
Yes.
Was he with you when you went over there?
No.
Stop! Stop!
When I first started at Tufts, I found a strong St. Anselm Nurse alumni connection here. People from
screaming. You can stop screaming.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is really important. I know you've seen the headlines. Around the world, 100 million people have been up.
Welcome back to Fantastic Freakouts. Everyone's been asking what happens after the clip, so in today's video we bring to you Karens versus judges. Up first, it's commonly known that when you hear any rude remark or racist comment near you, that it is most likely a Karen. But when you mix that Karen with alcohol, it can get a bit out of hand.
Look, you, give me a call. Give me a call. I'll give you $300. Give me a call. No one wants to look at you. Come on. Come on. Come on. Wow. Look. You know what your name is? Look.
The Mount Laurel Police Department released a statement regarding the incident, stating she was found in the Super 8 parking lot after police responded to a call for disorderly conduct. Based on the evidence in the video and interviewing the victim, she was charged with bias intimidation, assault, harassment, and disorderly conduct. You might know this next Karen as Soho Karen. Well, for those who don't know her, she accused a teenage boy of stealing her iPhone. Take a look.
You don't have to explain nothing to her.
Take the case off. That's mine. Literally, get it back.
Are you kidding me? You feel like there's only one iPhone made in the world?
No. Okay, then show me the.
No,
show me all my...
you get a life over there.
No,
What's on your background? You better go use find my iPhone. Go do that.
Find my iPhone is off.
Okay,
Off now, right
no. We have what you see two black people.
No, I'm not letting him walk away with my phone.
But this Karen doesn't stop there, because a couple months later she was arrested and served a DUI, where her blood alcohol level reading was twice the legal limit. When she faced court months later, things didn't look so good for her. She appeared for her status hearing in court, where her lawyer informed the judge they were hoping to resolve the hate crime charges in a few months, and they believed she was overcharged. Soho Karen still claims she did nothing wrong for apprehending the teen boy for her stolen iPhone. She was handed multiple charges, including hate crime, which could land her being faced with up to 10 years imprisonment. But lucky for her, she avoided being sent to prison after striking a plea deal with prosecutors. She pleaded guilty to 1 felony of hate crime in exchange for 2 years probation. That is not all, as she is required to continue counseling, follow her probation rules, and avoid any interaction with the criminal justice system. If she completes those terms, she will be able to withdraw her felony plea and then plead to a misdemeanor for aggravated harassment with time served. However, if she violates the probation terms or her plea deal, she will face up to 4 years imprisonment. Vandalizing is everywhere, and especially in nature, even though many people are trying to limit it. However, when you have a Kevin like this one, it is very difficult.
That's a really bad thing to do.
Are you kidding me?
Dude,
Look
it's
at every inch of this wall.
It's like throwing a tire into the river.
It's like throwing a tire. Do you understand this is sandstone? And in like 40 years it'll be gone because I'm not even going that deep.
40 years.
Have you ever been to Rock House?
We've been everywhere.
1881, 1857, all the way to present
So
day.
you just said 40
Thousands
years.
of people
it's
come
gone.
from all over the place. You can't carve into sandstone.
That's okay. We know the ranger. He's down here, Tim Archer.
Okay.
What's your name, sir?
Sounds good. None of your business. Thank you. And I appreciate you not talking to me anymore. Thank you. Moving
I'll
on.
stand here and talk, because if I'm free to be here, you are too. It's very shameful that you're doing that, and you're teaching youth to do so.
Despite being informed he shouldn't be vandalizing, he keeps saying it's fine and it'll eventually wash off.
Why is it a problem to carve your name on a stone when there's literally the
That's
entire
all
place?
a problem.
Why is it all?
So you've never done it before?
No.
Oh, and you would never do it in your life? Okay.
If
well,
it was my
listen,
property.
obviously you guys are way better kind of
No, we've done bad things and that we've learned from, and people have maybe rebuked us, and we stopped.
Why would you be arrested for carving your name on something?
Are you serious? Why would you be arrested for defacing the park?
We're not spray painting anything. We've been to lots of other state parks and people do it every year.
Okay, well,
They're not caught.
But nobody's spray painting, nobody's leaving garbage, nobody's doing anything.
In fact, we actually take garbage out with us.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
So, and if we go into our family trip by leaving a mark
This is our business.
then we can come back and see over and over.
Take a picture. Have you ever heard the thing, leave no mark, leave no trace?
Leave no trace means no garbage. And then you take in more than you carry. You take out more than you carry in.
Unlucky for this Kevin, though, because his day out at the Ash Cave State Park landed him being found guilty of violation of the Cave Protection Act and disorderly conduct. Your home and neighborhood should make you feel welcome, but not when you have a racist Kevin who continues to harass you on numerous occasions. However, this time he was caught on camera.
Rosetta Stone presents There's a Word for That.
To worsen something by trying to make it better. Verschlimmen besser. German.
Learn new words at rosettastone.com.
Visit your Connecticut Chevy dealer.
Awesome. Put your hands on me again. Awesome. That's the white. Awesome. White. Awesome. And his name is Brandon. Awesome. Put your hands on me one more time. Oh, you put your hands on me. Come close. Come close right there. I know. Right there. Come close there. Come close. Jerseys. Back up. Come close. Back up. Keep backing up. Back up. Keep backing up. Don't touch me. 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 I don't touch you. I'm on bed, so you get out of here. Okay? I have every right to be here like you do. Oh, yeah. Just like he does right here. It's just on common property. I don't care. Okay, well, then you don't care. Walk away. Learn your law. Walk away. It's not Africa. Oh, this is Africa. I was born in America. Well, then you know what common ground is. Common ground. I don't give a If you can go out, go back to your house, go walk the dog, go to
But this man slipped out his address in the video and said, "Come mess with me." Well, that's just what happened.
This morning, protesters gathered on Matthews Lawn enraged over multiple social media videos intended to be shared that went viral.
The Mount Laurel police released Edwards' open records, and he has had 152 contacts with the police department over a period of 32 years. Mount Laurel Police Department released a press release about Matthews stating, Edward Matthews was arrested in July 2021 for bias intimidation of his neighbors and other crimes and has been charged with bias intimidation, which is a 4th degree and harassment. He was served these charges in the Burlington County Jail, where he has been held since his arrest in July 2021. The investigation of Matthews has now resulted with 22 separate charges against him since July 2021. We all know Karens do some pretty crazy things to get attention, like this one, who was caught in a video blocking the aisle on an airplane for a woman who was just trying to go to the bathroom. Then she started claiming the woman was attacking her, but unlucky for her, this is what happened next. Unfortunately for this Karen, she was removed from her flight, and it seems like she won't be flying anytime soon. It's unclear if the passenger on the Southern Airline flight has been banned, but she later went viral with many commenters creating memes about the incident, just like these. For some backstory to this next clip, we have this Karen who harasses her neighbors on multiple occasions. One of the confrontations with one of her neighbors was posted online with the Karen pulling a no trespassing sign out of the ground, snapping it on her knee, and throwing it at them. Her actions led to her getting arrested on preliminary charges of criminal trespassing and battery resulting in bodily injury. A federal judge in court ordered her to pay $150,000 to her neighbors and an additional $49,000 to the Fair Housing Center. And to add on to all of that, she also had to pay another $26,000 in attorney fees and costs. Protests are usually where people are allowed to speak their mind with no harsh judgments. But this racist Karen says some outrageous remarks to another female during the protest.
Yeah, I have one working downstairs.
The same exact day, she was seen in another incident that was fueled by the support of another protester who was next to her, and she says this. She was later identified as Sonia Holt, and her previous employers confirmed that she lost her job. In a 20-minute phone interview, Holt said, "I would like to apologize to the little girl. I did not know that she was a minor." The little girl Holt was referring to was 16-year-old Sierra Gilmer, and according to Holt, she would have never spoken to Gilmer if she had known she was a minor. Do you think that would have been true? Leave a comment down below with your thoughts. Not liking the flavor of your drink does not give you the right to request a refund. But for this Karen couple, it's a completely different story.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So, you're telling me I lost the money?
I'm telling you, you spent your money on an ice skate that you have in front of you, and you didn't like the taste of it. So you're acting like
it's actually kind of water.
In the center of the mall here, you're acting like a 4-year-old. You pulled out your phone, and you're trying to, I don't know what you're trying to do. You're trying to be aggressive, passive aggressive.
Not at all.
Another free drink.
We don't want a free drink.
Yeah, you just asked for
We just want a refund. We want a refund.
Refund because we don't offer.
Okay, how about an exchange?
Hi, do you like bacon? Well, you'll love bacon soup. Congrats, you're pre-approved for every credit. Okay, wow. Here's a box. Oh no. Oh no, no, no.
Give unwanted emails the finger with one-tap unsubscribe from Yahoo Mail.
How about an exchange for a Coca-Cola?
And as I said multiple times before, I'm not exchanging it for a Coca-Cola. You can throw it away if you choose to do so.
Okay.
But I'm not giving you a refund, and I'm not exchanging it. You're getting on my nerves. I told you now you need to either leave, throw it away, or I'm calling security.
He continues to complain about the drink and wasn't expecting the cashier's response to be this. Take a look.
So you said this is the Fox Hills Mall. No one gives about our problems?
That's exactly what I said, and I meant it. Nobody gives that you don't like your blue icy, that you paid $4.36 for. Like, what? That's your problem, man. You shouldn't have bought the icy if you didn't like the icy. It's an icy. They're all the same everywhere you go. That's your problem. Don't buy another one. You learned your lesson. We all make mistakes.
An employee commented on one of the viral videos saying that the lady chucked her drink at security, and she was later arrested for assault and promptly banned from the store. So it seems like now she won't be able to complain about the flavor of her drink anymore, or she might just move on to the next store. Airports seem to bring out the worst in many people, especially Karens. Well, this next Karen was denied boarding her flights because she was acting drunk.
Oh.
Derry.
Causing a scene is just what Karens do best, and this Karen did exactly that. And when security arrived to try and defuse the situation, the Karen believes that she has been making progress. A second security guard arrives, wasting no time to ask questions.
Dude. 426.9. 69.69.
After the second security guard questions the situation, he does not hesitate to get the police involved. And she says this. After the Karen continued to make the situation worse and worse, it looks like the altercation is finally nearing its end. Moving forward, we have this magistrate who storms out of his courtroom and chases down a woman who was allegedly screaming because she was 30 minutes late to file her court papers. What he does next is truly unbelievable.
Hey, you, get back here. That's a magistrate in full judicial robe storming out of his courtroom and chasing down a woman. Watch as he takes off after her, running through the hallways. When he finally catches up with her, he orders her back to his courtroom. When she makes a wrong turn, he puts the long arm of the law on her shoulder, steering her in the correct direction. Inside his courtroom in Cincinnati, the magistrate sits the woman down in the jury box and then proceeds to sentence her to 3 days in jail for disrespectful and disruptive behavior.
The woman resisted handcuffs and pleaded to the magistrate to explain why she was being jailed. She was threatened with use of a taser and dragged out of the courtroom, where the magistrate increased her jail sentence to 10 days. A report released about the incident stated, on Friday, the Ohio Supreme Court suspended the now former magistrate Michael Bachmann from practicing law for 6 months. Bachmann shortly after resigned as he had committed judicial misconduct. The woman was released 2 days later after Judge Kim Wilson Burke ordered the contempt charge dropped. Up next, we have this Karen who feels entitled enough to park in a handicap spot, and she thinks she's doing nothing wrong.
Like, what is your problem? Like, why are you fighting with me?
Miss, I don't have a problem.
I understand, but like, you were parked over there. There was nowhere to park. Like, I pulled up.
But it's disabled parking spot.
Okay, so why is it bothering you so much? Are you disabled? Were you trying to park there?
Maybe I am.
But why is it bothering you so much?
Attack
Hi, everybody. How are you?
My father is disabled.
Okay, but was your father here trying to park here? If your father was here, I would move in 2 seconds.
But you shouldn't
In a
park here.
heartbeat.
But you told me you were a police officer.
And I am a police officer.
You're a Haver police officer.
Not a Haver police officer.
But you did
But
earlier.
I am. But I am. I'm a Revere police officer.
Revere. What's your name?
Revere. My name is Christina.
What's your badge number?
I'm not giving you my.
As experts in online education, Purdue University Global gives you all the flexibility you need to balance school, work, and life. Take classes 100% online to fit your schedule, your pace, and your personal budget. Learn how to save on tuition and time online at Purdue Global.
Badge number. No need to give my
But you
badge
have to.
number. No, I do not have to give you my badge number.
If you identify yourself as a police officer, you have to give me your badge number.
You want me to call my husband?
Call your husband. Here we go.
Yellow.
When the guy recording mentioned
Hi.
calling the cops, the Karen quickly fled the scene, although she was claiming to be a police officer herself. Well, this next Karen was not impressed when her
You're
local
gonna keep
Starbucks
watching that?
refused services as she was not wearing a mask. She was furious and decided to post this online. To the Karen's despair, a GoFundMe was created for the Starbucks employee, where it ended up raising over $100,000, which the young teen boy plans to be spending on his education and dancing career. But this is where things start to
Okay,
get interesting because Amber, or Starbucks
okay,
Karen, was wanting to sue him for half.
I'm gonna sue him for half
Okay,
of it.
you go ahead and show him that, and then when you get past the episodes that we've already seen to like unwatched episodes, do you mind calling me back and letting me know so I can come down and join you for that?
I need the apology. I've been discriminated against. I'm the one who's sick.
A federal judge threw out the complaint and told her to move on from the incident. Well, she definitely moved on in a different way than the judge had hoped for, as she just moved into a fruit shop where she was also denied access for the exact same reasons. With an article about the situation saying, after being denied entry to Farmer's Market on August 6th, she filed an 11-page lawsuit against them. Just like her previous court hearing, the judge didn't have any of.
Well, I mean, knowing him, I'll be able to hear his reaction, so I'm not too concerned. I love you too. See you soon. Bye-bye. Yeah, he got a lot to say. Uh-huh. She hung up on you.
And told her to move on. Moving along, we have another Karen that believes everything revolves around her and thinks she owns the country because she didn't like someone speaking another language in a Mexican restaurant.
So you need to speak English.
I'm sorry about you, man.
Well, I'm sorry about you too.
Why?
Get the out of my country.
Hey, see? Do you know a U.S. citizen?
No, I think you
So
are.
what? You. So now it's just because what I look. Do you see that's the problem?
No,
That's
I don't
in
have.
you. That's
I don't
in
have
your
any
mind.
problem with
That's
the way.
in your mind.
I don't have any problem with the way you look. I don't have any problem with the way you look.
I'm a U.S. citizen. What is your problem?
I don't have any
What
problem.
is your problem?
Will you shut up? I don't have any problem with the way you look.
I'm sorry.
It's like Karens never know when to stop, even when managers offer to pay for your food. Because what this Karen starts to say is unbelievable.
I'm gonna pay for what you got, okay? So can you please exit the restaurant, please? So I'm gonna pay. I'll take care of that. I take care of everything what you got, okay? Please, if
So
that's what you're looking.
I got by illegal aliens. I got by illegal aliens. You can't speak English, and you want me to be nice to you?
You see?
Mixing alcohol and a Karen always makes for a crazy experience. Just like this next Karen who had a few too many drinks at an airport bar and just started going on about politics in the airport. When the bartender decided to cut off the Karen's drinks, she decides to apologize to everyone for her noise. But that doesn't last too long as she takes a completely different turn. Police got involved shortly after because she was yelling and swearing in the middle of the airport. Next, we have another racist Karen who continues to follow this lady on the street yelling racial slurs.
Hey, Bayonne. This is Bayonne. Have a good day.
Something good? Yeah, crit rate!
The lady continues to try and exit the situation, but the Karen follows her yelling racist comments.
attention. She's not minding her business, and she's a procrastinator and
At Novavax, we're working on innovative ways to help protect people from the world's most challenging infectious diseases, like the flu and COVID-19. We focus on vaccines, so you can focus on you.
Yeah.
Learn more at wedovaccines.com.
Okay. Official is going to be fucking cracked out of her mind.
This is not real.
Smile. Now streaming on Paramount Plus.
Shit, that's all?
A police investigation on the woman led to the 60-year-old getting arrested, and she was charged with bias intimidation and harassment after the incident was caught on video and went viral. Well, this next Karen certainly got what she deserved after she started saying racist comments to a 7-Eleven worker who was trying to help her out. But she didn't understand. She wasn't expecting the tables to turn on her.
I asked you what country you're from. That says exactly what it says. You say? Doesn't say that. Did you say what country I'm from? Yeah. I said that you can't understand that English written right up there. Miss, I have lived in America just like you did. Now get out my store.
Boo.
Get out my store.
Who's Dusty?
Boo. Boo. You're the problem. Boo. It's $1.20. Boo. You're white trash. White trash. White trash.
Sure we are.
The video later went viral, with many people happy that the guy stood up for himself and that he did the right thing. In our next clip, we have this Karen who was caught on a doorbell camera showing her attacking the neighbor. The video went viral, which slowly made its way to the company that she was employed with. They released a statement stating, "These actions go directly against our values and beliefs. In response to the situation, we have terminated the employee. We remain committed to providing a positive environment for our staff, volunteers, and clients." We all know that Karens lie and claim things that are not true. Well, this Karen claims her husband is an FBI agent, but she doesn't realize something important. That's right, her flight left without her, and I think the passengers were pretty glad about that one.
Oh, you fucker.
Orders given. Orders received.
Did you see the numbers though? 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. It was almost perfect.
Ad Astra ab.
We know.
Thank you.
Gimme. Give me the codes. Oh, sick. Wait, right, yeah.
Can I go catch up on?
Here we go. Let's get down to work. Let's get down to work. Every day we're
Another day I'm out here slicing, filthy germs and viruses. Show your ugly face. Won't let them get away. I'll chase them. We are professionals for cells that work for you, and so here we go. Let's get down to work. Let's get down to work. Every day's a battlefield. You better prepare.
All of us in the world, someone can do with all our hearts. And strong. Holy fuck, Glee! Yes! Oh my god, that's my little badass! Holy shit, that is a... Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. Oh, my little pyromaniac. Just, Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, that was... glorious. Just fucking glorious. Oh my god. That was amazing.
First, I mark up the... With enough mora, you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia.
Oh, that's my little maniac. Yes, I'm listening to it again because fuck you, that's why. It's good. O2. Here we go. Let's get down to work. Let's get down to work. Every day's a struggle, but I gotta pull through. Another day, slice and slicing. You can do viruses or up your face.
Won't let them get away, I'll chase them. We are professionals, we're cells that work for you.
And so, here we go. Let's get down to work. Let's get down to work. Every day is a struggle, we prepare. 37 trillion and we are only two. We meet again. Though we don't know who you are, for you're sick when working hard. All of us are together, supporting you with all our hearts. No matter what kind of strife, each of us will stars. We always do it. Health comes first. Are you working? Of course I'm working on it. Of course I'm working. Working for you! Hey, baby. Oh, I love you. You're adorable. And then an all-time classic, if it loads. Whatever happened to the shows we played? Why? Whatever happened to the good old days? Whatever happened to the shows we played? Whatever happened to the songs that sang? Did they fade away? Whatever happened to a #1 spot? Don't even know if it's still there or not. Whatever happened to the strangers we couldn't find a way? Is it all behind us now? Is it all behind us now? Us now, us now. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Stuck in the middle between now and then. I scribbled riddles with a ballpoint pen and drove around in a beat-up car with an old guitar. It wasn't long ago I saw her face. I knew right then that we were on our way. Whatever happened to the friends we made were a great escape. Is it all behind us now? Is it all behind us now? Is it all just part of history? Is the future's past surrounding me? Beyond us now. It's calling. It's calling. It's calling. Is it all behind us now? Is it all behind us now? Is it all? 'Cause the future's right in front of me. It's not so far as it used to be. Then it dawned on me. Is it all behind us now? Is it all behind us now? 'Cause it's all so fresh in spite of me. Like a seed in spring, I'm planting dreams beyond what's now. Or beyond us now. Or behind us now.
This stuff is magical. Come on, guys. We're worth it. Elvive Dreamlights from L'Oreal Paris.
Hey, Wales. With YouTube Premium, there are no ads.
These bombs, so heavy. These bombs, so heavy. Hello, grounded be thy woe. Explosions can hurt people. Gin can be dreadful. Mondstadt be bombed. Klee be doomed. Those are the survival rules that the Knights of Favonius gave me. These bombs, so heavy.
Shit. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Stop. Cause I thought you have to kill my cat. Why'd I have to take you back? Time and time I'll play the empath. I don't know why. There's lights on in an empty pub. There's toilet with the seat left up. As soon as you're like a deer in headlights someday, I know that you will be there one day. I'll focus on the future, maybe one day. Oh, baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? One day, I know that you will be there one day. I'll focus on the future, maybe one day. Oh, baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? Cause I know about what I want to do, but what I want to do is turn back time at least a couple Tuesdays before I found one left turn to. I said it last time. We're not afraid of empty rooms. We're not afraid of new perfume. And in fact, my dear, I'm fucking terrified. One day, I know that you will be there. One day, I'll focus on the future. Maybe one day. Oh, baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? One day, I know that you will be there. One day, I'll focus on the future. Maybe one day. Oh, baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? Woo! One day I'll find that you will be there. One day I'll focus on the future. Maybe one day. Oh, baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? One day I know that you will be there. One day I'll focus on the future. Maybe one day. Oh, baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? I just realized that the username is Ito's Left Tit. Come on. Come on. Bring the ginger bitch. Bring the ginger bitch. Come on! Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, baby bird. Hi, baby bird. And what if I say yes?
That really hurt. Jumpy Dumpty go. La la la. Don't blink. Pew. Woo. La la la.
Will not absolve you!
Woo. Da da da. La la la.
Today,
Dumpty go.
you witness your reckoning! There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain! You stand upon your tomb, though you know it not.
Well, now I know because you just told me, bitch.
Experience an eon of suffering.
down went Klee, and down went Nita. I think they can only do crystallize reactions, but I mean, that Keqing is such a fucking tank that I don't think we need to worry. Hi, Burby. Hello. Hi. Is this what you're looking at? No, you also shit off my arm. Thanks for that. Where to teleport to while I log off for the night? Yeah, that's a good spot. Something about wolf and eggs. Kaidahara Kazoo. Ooh. Anyways, I believe that will be all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. I will see you all next time. And until then, peace out, everyone.